What's up, TG? What's goody, chat? What's goody? What's goody, y'all? What's up, Carter? I mean, you gotta start off somewhere. I mean, you just gotta keep on grinding. Alright, let me.
Niggas are weirdo.
If you're not doing, come revive me before the storm. I'm on 10, I'm on 10, I'm on 10, I'm on 10.
Damn, I'm gonna go.
I'm at 2. Zo, I'm at 2.
Oh my god.
You over here worried about building. Why don't you just revive me? You over here building on the top. This is some weird shit. You always do this shit, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about? Nobody can revive you, bro. He's in a rush. Like, what, bro? You the fuck you think this is,
building,
nigga?
bro. Stop building, bro. But
You do not
revive me, my
revive.
nigga.
You do not revive in less than 9 seconds, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
Fam, you sitting there building. What are
I'm
you
not
building for,
I'm not
bro?
gonna pick you up, bro. What the fuck you think this is, bro? Nigga gonna rush me to kill me.
Yo, bro, why are you building if he's
You
building?
worry about reviving. Nobody revives. Nobody revives while fighting, bro.
Alright. Oh, it's 2 of them. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there.
I can't even get out. Look, I can't even get out.
Oh!
I fucking hate this game.
Yo, back out. My man's just joined in. I'm gonna play trios. Back out.
Wait, who?
My man's.
Oh.
That's from the block.
What up, chat? How y'all feeling on today, chat?
Already up, Shiesty.
Who we dropping? Who we dropping, y'all?
We out to What's up, though, Band? Everything good with you? Not coming to the block today? I don't remember the last time I ever seen you on the block.
Nah, word.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely people over there. What done this nigga got?
Nigga just flogging. Oh.
I see it up top. There's one dropping down.
Lucky, I was about to flank his ass. Head with you first. Something up here too.
Yo, nah, what? This robot is a dick sucker, bro. Yo, this nigga is low too, this big armor nigga. Right here. He's like one shot.
Oh shit, behind me, somebody shooting at me. Yeah, right there, man. I ain't even see this shit.
Yo, I can't even build. Where you
I'm
at?
right here, Shiesty. I'm right here.
Stop moving, bro.
I can't.
Alright, try to stay in front of me. Try to stay in front of me.
I'm trying.
2, 2, 1, 1. Alright, that's it.
Yeah.
Yo. Oh, I got splashes right here.
Hello? No more hot pockets. Of all of them? Of the cheese and the pepperoni one? Or the ham and cheese one?
There's a blue pump right here.
That's crazy. Huh? DJ's is cheaper. But I bet. What about the apple juice? You found that? It's like in a small glass bottle. Like a round circle bottle. It's like in a little packet. It's like $27.
Yo, I'm gonna be out of there. I'm gonna go get that legendary chest. Oh god. I can't even get up.
Alright, we got to that chest. Where that chest at?
Hold on, I wanna get up. Chest over here. Alright, I'm gonna go with that. Man, this shit all over here.
Hey, Shiesty, you ain't getting no
Yo.
guns from the ball?
No, I got the guns. I got guns over here. There's mad legendary guns over here.
Where?
There's a legendary shotgun all over here though. The chest I just opened.
You outside already?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, look where I'm at, bro. What the legendary shit is that? I'm gonna come back to you though. Maybe I'm not.
I'm about to
And
go
I'm in
up.
the circle. I'm in the circle. Yeah, pull out.
The MK still there or not?
Yeah, the MK here. Yeah, MK, legendary shotgun, legendary sniper, and something else. Okay. Oh no.
He's going out for
Bum ass car, yo.
I smoked that nigga.
There's a dude on there.
Smoke one of them. Nigga left his man for dead.
Another one in the hill, two on the hill.
There's one on Spider-Man. Dang, it's a one-tap too. He a one-tap. Behind you.
Let's go. Stop moving. Yeah, y'all got medkit or shield?
Yeah.
Alright, bro. Bro, what is this nigga doing, bro?
Oh.
You.
Yeah, don't worry about what I'm doing, nigga.
Watch, you gonna get smoked. Oh, nah.
Jeep overhead.
Didn't worry about opening the thing, so what?
Yeah. So they won't get it.
Yo, I'm smoking the niggas from behind. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, that nigga right here on me. Oh, he running. I'm on him.
On that nigga.
I killed them, stupid dumb nigga.
Is that right on me?
Hello? Man, niggas just took my kill. It's crazy. What you said? Nah, don't get those. Just bring me a regular apple juice.
Oh look, he right here. He right here on me.
Alright.
He right here on me.
Alright. Come in, relax. Hold on.
Slow, bro. This nigga wanna be on the phone, bro, at the wrong time.
Knock them.
I'm coming. Watch out. Yo, this nigga.
Knock them.
Yo, smoke him.
This nigga. Shoot, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Good, give me a Spider-Man.
He's right here. Oh, he low.
He's throwing splashes on himself.
I know. Oh, he low.
Where you at? Oh, you right here.
Oh, he's what? What you make? Nah, yo, that nigga is crazy.
Damn,
What?
I'm here be loading, bro.
Nah, that nigga just did something added on me and smoked me. Nah, that was our game. Now, what?
Some bando was going crazy. Yeah, ready up, ready up.
Yo, my shit not ready up, bro.
That dude right there that killed Jack killed me. He came from the side. But y'all should have killed him. That was wild. Good try. What was that top 3? I think that was.
Almost.
Bro.
Nah, the Nets is trash.
Yeah, the Nets is dumb trash.
Niggas had KD and
Nah, fuck,
Kyrie.
no, listen, it's not the Nets is trash. Kyrie is trash.
I don't know.
You stupid nigga, he didn't do nothing, bro. You didn't even, bro, shut up, bro.
Shut up, nigga. You're not
Like,
watching.
you don't even know what the fuck you talking about, nigga. Like, I do sports betting, bro.
That's okay.
What the fuck?
You watch highlights, nigga. What you talking about?
Niggas, bro, I do sports betting. I give my chat plays, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I gave my chat Nets plus 4.5 today, and them niggas did not even lose by 4. They lost by more than 4. Like, what, bro? Kyrie is ass. Nigga had like 7 turnovers. What the fuck? Nigga KD, my son KD has 37 buckets. Nigga Kyrie had like 16. Day room nigga, bro. Fucked up the whole Nets. They need Harden back. Oh yeah, it's a nigga on me right here. Dumb nigga got him. It's another nigga on me.
So get him. You keep saying on you.
Got him.
Niggas a bot.
Oh, nah, he's over. He's going, got him.
What? How much stuff was that in? That was crazy.
Oh, this nigga behind me too. What?
That's the nigga that shot me.
Nah.
You right there, Bando. Get that pizza behind you. It's actually go revive me. I'm over here running out of bullets and shit. Right here with you, Bando. Want that?
Yeah, you can splash us.
Hello? Oh, Fortnite. So what? Cause I'm on Fortnite.
Come on, bro. Oh, come on.
Hold on, bro. Let me call you back, bro. I'm over here playing, bro. My fault, Bando. healing up. Yeah. Damn. We'll call that, you know. Yeah, he down here. Yeah, straight to here. It's yeah. I picked up the ministry. Hold on. Right underneath us. Where you at? Yeah, who don't got a crown? Yeah. Yo, Bando, pull up. Where you at? Alright, Chuck splashes you. Four, right? Hasn't been over there. Gotta find a big nigga. Gotta find a size. Why not? Hello? Give me pizza rolls. How much is it? Alright. Alright. Yo, I got splashes. Come over here, Shiesty. We got Bando. Alright.
Don't engage though. They over here. They engage with y'all now.
Damn, that was crazy. Hello? What store you in? Alright. If they don't got those, I mean, they don't got pizza rolls, like regular pizza rolls? I get it. Alright. Yo, Bando, what happened? Yeah, back out, Bando. Was saying if I was awfully interrupted.
You said what you said?
Hold on. Yo, Bando, put it at doors. Better than you. My man's is better than you. I got money in it too. So you want to bet money? How much money do you want to bet? You want to bet 100? You sure? You sure? You're gonna lose. You're 100. My man's is a YouTuber. That nigga's a streamer all day, every day. You about to lose 100. I don't know, man. What, in the sixes? Yeah. Yeah. 360. Nah, not for those. Nah, I know, but it's just, I paid over for that. I didn't pay like I didn't pay the actual retail. I paid right on top. I paid the house. So I don't wanna sell myself short. I gave some nigga 330 for this. 11 and a half now. I got 11, 10, maybe some other shit too. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna call you back. All right. Yeah, Rocky. Niggas be landing there.
Not like that, but they might land because it's next to Rocky. But I'm just gonna pick this little thing up real quick,
Yeah, they are.
so you don't gotta land there. You don't want to. I'm about to pull up though.
Nah, I'm here.
What's it called? It's actually done.
What up, Bando? I got the shield kit on. Hurry up.
I got shield.
Yo, I got a map too. Shit not that far. This shit right there over the cliff. Nah, this shit literally over the cliff. See where they fighting at? That's where that shit at. I'm gonna try to go around them. I'm here with them. I got out of there. I'm right here where the gun's at.
He on top of this one. Now you don't have no time.
Come on, pull up. You don't want that? Purple SMG, you don't want that?
You're not even throwing that. You're throwing it all the way over there. But yeah, nice.
It's still hitting you.
Alright, just need to sit up there. I ain't got no knife.
Yes. Here.
He up here. I'm marking it there. I think I'm about to put him on down.
It's a Spider-Man.
He did.
There's a big pot over here if you want to carry.
I see them today right here, but I might be going off the edge.
You can do whatever you want to do, my brother.
Now we can move to circle. I ain't got really got no massive fight right now. Another map.
Yeah, get that one.
I mean, I got the space.
I'm gonna get it. I'd rather go to that map. 'Cause this assault rifle, not it. Yeah, I don't like it. I need the MK joint. Wonder what this shot is. A Spider-Man. He up there.
Yeah, same Spider-Man too.
I'm going up there. Oh, it look like he dropped down.
He right here. And he by himself.
Hold on, Bando. And this is Spider-Man right there. And I got the map.
Right here. Got MKB.
What color is it?
This is green. But I just put it
Nah. That's all. I got a map.
Alright, we got to the map.
Get the Spider-Man.
Alright, we gonna probably kill his teammate because most likely his teammate gonna be fine.
See me right here. So be on them. Hey, be on them niggas. Oh, it's two cars now. It's a car and a boat. Good shit.
There's one behind us. That's his teammate. Build. Just keep on building. I got you. He in the garage.
Got him. Dale, mami, vete. Oh, fue Kiara que lo dijo, que ella fue a comprar comida.
If you are new to the stream, smash
Oh, yeah,
that
look,
like,
the chest is
smash
right
that
here.
button, hit that noti.
Yo, a Bando. Chest right here.
Nah. They right there, bro.
Damn, niggas don't get tired. Wow. So what? There's people over there. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking llama, yo. Coming right now, Bando. It's following the llama. Oh, two.
Well,
Nigga, by the crib. There's a blue pump right here for you. I'm going right behind. Yeah, you got wild fall. There's another Spider-Man. Careful, man. Somebody else is there. Somebody else.
yeah, that's his teammate.
You need mats? I got some mats for you.
Yo, hello?
I'm about to try to stay behind.
Hi, Chris.
So,
I'm about to go from. I'm about to go behind. I'm about to go behind him. Got him. Got this bum ass nigga. Fuck, he thought he was strong. Yeah, I got a big pop. Fuck. Go ahead. Damn, I dropped that shit. Enough. Running that hill.
everybody else is
Do you got any AR bullets?
how much AR
Huh?
bullets you
62.
got?
How much you got?
I got 220.
That's alright, that's alright. Good. I don't know if I should keep the blue MK or this what you call it, or this purple machine pistol.
Purple machine pistol, I think the other
MK,
side is better.
I just got more bullets for that. Find somebody? This Spider-Man is 2 seconds.
I'm gonna wait for his partner to pull up.
Where you at? Where you at? Throw the names out.
His man's right here. Yeah. So we can see where his partner pull up to. I'm about to pull it up. Oh, I see the man or late.
Where?
Right here in the lake.
I'm out of grenade bullets.
What?
Man, I'm trying to build. I'm trying to get to safety. Spinning. I'm right here in this room. Right now. It's still going and shit. Alright.
Yo, we at the lobby, bro.
Alright. Yo. Yeah, I'm in the shower right now.
Wait, who won FNCS?
It's day 2. It didn't finish yet.
Or who
Today's the
won day
final.
1?
Booga's in first place.
Booger in first place. Yes. Booger and Miro.
Miro, he play in Europe or no? He don't play in Europe.
They're on NAE. Gay and Click are in 6th.
Nah, they in, I think they in 5th.
They're in 6th place. I wouldn't mind Gay winning it, but I don't want Click winning it. Acorn Ski would be another good one. Who's in like last place? Like for sure will not win.
I'm not sure.
Sharuni? Or something like that. 6 games tonight. Burger has a chance. But literally, you could be in last place and you might be able to catch up.
Nah, you can't
It's
be
possible.
in last place. Nah, I don't think it's
You
possible.
can't?
Nah, like what kind of what we're saying, clicks and dead.
You
Like
literally have to
those
win
games.
every game.
Not even that. You gotta get good placement every game. Like main clicks, like they gotta give you first place. How you die for real.
Who?
Clicks and dead. I was
They
watching.
died like off spawn.
Yeah, like all spawns. So they got agreed. So they just have to
That's
place the second
sad.
game. So basically the second game kind of gave the points back when they won that second game.
They're doing 6th place.
Yeah, but I think they would definitely place high if they would have did that the first game. But they might place like
They
top
could
five.
possibly.
But
And
who's
he
gonna
might
like
win. You never know.
who's gonna win the whole thing then? Like I ain't even this came out of nowhere. Cause at first he was in third, him and Miro, and then but cause
When I
Bucky's
last
in
looked,
first. Bucky and Cam.
when I last looked, he was in like 11th place or something. But now he's in 1st.
Nah, it's all about the end game.
Bandit,
It's
who
about
this?
like, yeah.
It's one of my subs.
Subscribers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he went along.
I'm Joe Biden.
He been a long time.
So he be watching play sign?
I was watching your sleep stream earlier. God, you were rolling around in your bed.
Yeah,
And the
I was
fact that you were
knocked out.
still asleep when the light was shining through your curtain. I'm like, how are you still asleep?
Right now, I was knocked out. Yesterday I was playing till like 2 in the morning, like almost 3, until it's silent.
Oh, that makes sense. Did Tyler quit?
Nah, he just only playing like that because he work a lot. So,
No, I mean like, quit YouTube.
nah, he was selling plays, working on the montage that he trying to drop.
I made a little montage, but it wasn't the best. But I got copyright strike because of it.
Yeah, that's
I didn't really care.
YouTube shorts. They be on.
I didn't really care. Goddamn truck. Bro, the truck was broken. And you know the one that has the yellow wheel? My loot is under it. I hate you. There's a shotgun right here. That's not shotgun. So I started like a week ago and I already have 106 subs.
But you just be posting videos of you live stream.
That both ways. My first video, which was a short, got, let me find it, 451 views.
You say your first video was with what?
It was a short and it has 451 views.
Oh.
Yeah.
You gotta start somewhere.
I mean, I can't give up.
Don't always get discouraged at like how many subs you got and all that shit.
Bro, my live stream. Bro, everyone's there like, when's this starting? Why is it still up? Bro. Oh, hi.
Hi, Carter.
Been a while.
I know. I took a long break.
Yeah, I know this. Been like a year.
Not a year. I don't know about that.
I don't even know how long. I don't have grass. I'm allergic to grass.
Can I play with y'all or no?
Bro, my live
I ain't got no
stream
people.
still up. No, we're good, we're good. Are you?
Nah, I ain't got no people.
Bro, my live stream is still up. And everyone's like, what are you starting? Oh, that's sad.
What, so you've been streaming the whole time and you
No, like,
made
I didn't mean to. I forgot to end it. And everyone's still waiting. Like, when are you gonna start? How do I end it? Hold up. I'm on PS5. Hold up. I'm gonna start stream. No, you know how it's just waiting for like Carter 830 or like ChrisIsGAWD or whatever? How do I get rid of that?
what, on your PS5?
On my PS4 or whatever.
So repeat the question as you're saying.
So, like, the live stream's just waiting for me. Like, why won't it start?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, it probably like it don't show your gameplay, like it don't show your screen.
No, the chat's on the side of my screen. But, like, there's kids on me.
You're splashing?
I'm trying to go the other side of them. There's a treasure map right here. They're running over chicken. Blue. They left. No. Oh my god. Bro, it said 2 people are waiting. I feel so bad.
So if anything, you just probably gotta restart your stream. If you're still playing on phone live.
He was the goddamn thing. You know how like something comes up on the side and says like you're live streaming or something? It's not coming up for me. Why is that?
Oh, somebody here.
There's
Morning.
a bot. Is it an AI?
Not the bounty, y'all.
I'm about to go get another
Of course they're pulling up on us. He's trying to clip me! Help!
Hey, 60 white, he's so one top.
You trying to get out of there?
He's so one top.
Dead.
Nice.
I got a treasure map.
Well, how far did he go?
Yo, Bando, my treasure map is by the gas station.
Okay.
Well, a little bit past the gas station.
Alright, we in circles, so I'm with you though.
Let me see that shit right. Alright. Know that shit right.
There's someone coming for me?
Somebody just used to reboot.
So wait, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them that said scheduled for my time.
Abandoned, she's right here.
Alright.
Do I need to like restart my PlayStation maybe?
Either that or reset the stream.
How do I reset it?
That's how you went live. You gotta go in there.
Hold on here. Whoever need that.
Okay.
I had a shotgun.
After this game, I'm gonna like restart my PlayStation.
Alright.
Free. I'm about done.
Nah, I just
Just push that reboot.
11, that's beastie, bro. You be on Fortnite every single day, like that's beastie.
I'm allergic to grass.
Nah, you
That's
don't-
Spider-Man.
No, actually,
Nah, you don't go outside, bro.
I actually do, but I have no
Get
friends.
niggas out.
So yeah.
We over here got closer. Nah, you probably go outside for like 5 minutes after that. You like, nah, I gotta play Fortnite. I gotta level up.
Yeah, kinda.
Niggas is wild far. Somebody here too? What's wrong with
Where
this
are they?
stupid nigga?
Crispy hacking question mark? Chris is hacking, he just killed a whole team. Kids. 21. Right here. In storm. Oh, they're up here.
Right here, I'm right here with y'all.
21 blue. They were clowns.
Hey, 2018, like,
You knocked me down here. You weird. Peek. But what took you storm? It's a 14, not 14,
Where they at?
why you going this
They're
way?
in here. Well, where you going?
I'm going.
He's dead. How? Quick, he's low. Dead. Give me that clown, you little. Did he just push?
Yeah.
How would you do that?
I got you knocking. I got you.
Yeah. Oh, somebody shot me from behind. Somebody shot me from behind here on the top of the hill.
I'm sticking, don't worry. Come. I'll give you some more when we get storm. Come on, go. Okay, I pushed ahead.
Be right here.
Where? That's not a pig. I don't know what it is. I want
We out.
Let me the hell out of this.
On me, y'all both got Spider-Man. There's a whole team on me.
I'm coming.
Okay.
They right here.
Go height. Get on top of height.
They right here. Mark where they at. If you think I'm on height, yeah, that's where I'm at. You got one behind you, Carter.
Watch out.
Behind you, Carter, behind you.
Thank God I was blocking him from behind.
Whoever saved
On
me,
top of you, Bando.
thank you. Someone literally just made him so low. He's dead. Bro, that man is so weak and he's literally running. Oh, there's a kid down here. Wait, watch out, kid. Chris, there's kids behind. Dead. He bounced right to me. Right here. Yeah. He's Spider-Man.
There's a whole team on this hill.
42, I think.
Hey,
Right. Can I drop? Someone get that? There's gonna be a team over here that's literally just gonna play.
One shot. Oh my, this is one shot. 18 left.
32 white, 21 blue. Yes!
Nice.
Push.
Pushing.
He running away.
I think I broke his web. It's the guy from the lobby! The Bruno Mars? I'm trying to stick with you guys. No!
Yeah.
He's white.
Dad?
Dead. I got one on me, Carter.
Dad? Coming quick. Dad!
Oh, nice. Yo.
My 40th crown win. Let's go.
GG's in the chat, baby.
GG.
He plays Fortnite every day, all
That's 7
day.
kills. Alright, Chris, I'm gonna reset quickly and I'll be back in like 5 minutes, okay?
Alright, bet.
Good win.
Yeah, GG's, man. GG's.
Play good together. GG's. Alright, I'll be back, guys.
Alright, bet.
Yo, Ben, I'm about to get off.
Alright, Brody.
All right.
Yo, join back up, y'all. Whoever was that, join back up. I'm about to reset the lobby. What? Why am I even tweaking, bro? I'm about to see something real quick, chat. Yeah, Tyler, join up, Brody. Of course you could join.
Chris?
Yo,
Hello? I got it working, so can I just continue doing it?
do what?
Stream. Because people have been waiting.
Um,
Tyler!
what's up, Tyler? It's up to you. I mean, it's up to you if you want to stream. If today feel like a
I'll
streaming day to
continue
you.
because people have been waiting for a while and I feel bad. You wanna do some arena?
Yeah, I'm about to do some
How many
like
points you got?
work. I got 3,710.
Nice. I got 5,450.
You say you got what?
I said I got 5,450.
No, 5,004. Oh, so you almost close to champion, right?
I am 2,000 away.
Oh, I guess they pushed it up. I thought it was 6,000. It's 7,000.
7,500 now.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't ready up, my bad.
Tyler. You cracked the Fortnite, my guy. Tyler, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Alright. Did someone just join or did someone just invite me?
What?
Is someone inviting me or did someone join? Someone joined. Hector joined and then Hector left. Oh gosh, we have a crown. Chris,
yep.
look at the legal. We have crown.
Alright, we gonna go right here. We gonna drop right here, yeah. I know
We're right here.
we gonna drop here.
The Speedway place?
Yeah. Plus, I gotta do challenge over there. My season challenge, I gotta like get medal over there. So that's what I originally was gonna do. Probably play solo arena, just like do my challenges, but like not name them a popular place because I know they don't have a place for your quest or whatnot. So, and I also thought about like why not play something just to sweat shit and be on your own room like CS. Or sweat shit and be on.
Bro, one of my live streams is working, but like there's like 5 of them saying waiting for me. So when I end my stream like after, will all of them go away? Chris?
You gotta ask Tyler. Maybe Tyler probably help you understand this.
Tyler?
What?
So I have like 5 things saying waiting for me, right? One of them's working though. So when I end stream, will all of them go away? Like it'll stop saying waiting for me?
I have no idea.
Oh god.
I've never had that problem.
Yo, what's up, Dawson?
Chris, I started putting that montage together. Yeah.
What's my name? I don't know. Pay attention to life.
Yes, it is. I think it's gonna be the best one yet.
Oh, it is? Oh,
Nice.
hi.
Some nasty shots today.
Oh. Open these goddamn chat.
Nah, yeah.
Open!
Nasty shots.
Oh, I hit some that are even crazier today. Solo. I was going nuts and filtered with a sniper.
I made a montage, but it's really horrible. Cause I'm bad, that's why it's bad.
And I'm like trying to put effects on the actual like, visuals, like making it more
Still
common.
use iMovie and stuff, or you change the use of it?
I use I use both. I use iMovie and Share Factory at the same time. I use both of them. I do part of editing in Share Factory, and then I move it all over to iMovie and finish it up there.
That's fire.
I can't find a shotgun or shield. That's just weird. I'm going to the water.
Alright, I'm gonna go right here because he said I gotta harvest metal over here.
I'm going to the water and hoping that I don't drown.
Yeah, look, I picked a good spot. We can be right next to the circle too.
I got Tico. The ugly looking Tico. Oh, there's so much metal right here.
Metal, I think that's the place they wanted me to do. Get all the metal. Yeah, I think it is this place. Wait, hold on. Let me
Oh,
check.
sorry. Yeah, you got me. Can you guys say? I think we're just gonna do a arena for now.
I just need an MK and I think I should be valid.
I just saw a green
And
one
a
over
shotgun.
here. I don't remember where it was. I just saw one.
You got quick just one right here. Oh, you far away now.
Don't get it though. You
Kind of hollow.
circle now.
You know what I mean?
Welcome to the stream. If you are new, drop a like, drop a sub, know the zone. Thank you for the every time I go live. Have you greatly appreciate it.
Why the heck can I find that? On the other side of the map. Tyler, you good over there?
I'm chilling. I'm just farming.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to find too. Get my mats up.
Trying to find wood.
Yeah.
There's a little fishing hut right here. Yeah.
So I don't wanna. I wanna try and get max brick and a good amount of
Can't
metal.
find wood. There's a lot of fishies over here. Yeah, what's up, task force, Tyler? Okay, I have 4 floppy, 2 slurp fish, and 2 spicy fish. What's this? Jeez! Yo, Chris. Do I'm right there?
Nah, I'm good.
I gotta put one. Total? Total's okay. We don't save turtles. That animal abuse? No. You don't beat it? No. Yeah, finally. I need to get 50 hype. I need 50. Dad. Tyler, where are you?
Behind you guys.
Okay.
I'm coming to grab that in a minute.
There's kids up here.
Yeah, people at rock.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Nah, I need to ask you
Chris.
I'm a rocket
I
sniper.
got 6 minis.
You looking for a sniper,
Oh.
Tyler?
No, I said I'm gonna rock one. I'm not gonna rock an SMG.
Nah,
Yo,
that's-
Chris, come here.
I use the MK.
Yo, Chris, eat that. No, I almost ate it. Right there.
Any of you have any sniper ammo?
I do.
Okay, good. Thanks,
They're
Carter.
still they right here fighting now.
One shot.
Going for a llama.
One of them's literally one health.
Yeah, one knocked the aura push.
Nice, nice.
Right here. One of them's really low.
They're going for the heal. Finish your gifts.
I'm staying behind now.
I called the launch pad. Dead?
Nice.
There's other teammates over there. I'm just marking where his other teammates at. You know,
That was me.
nice.
I think he's the one that I got low. You got some balls to see that? That's 20 blue. 20 blue?
We could push him if y'all want.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do
He's
that.
in the bush, I just don't.
No, get up here. Go up here.
Yeah, I'm a.
Hit him 86, hit him 86.
No, you did not, Tyler.
Yeah, I did, I sniped him in the bush. Push him right here. Right behind you, Chris.
Where? 21 blue, Tyler?
Hit him 68.
Got him.
Nice, Tyler.
2 medkits in here if anyone wants them. And there's minis and materials as
Is
well.
there any, like, extra ammo there or no?
No. But there should be some materials if you need it.
Yeah, I got max materials. That was a good fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
Same.
that other guy was literally just about to place the hit the launch pad, and my brain worked at the exact
anybody need
second.
any
And
ammo?
said,
No, I'm
Uh,
chilling.
I'm good for now.
I got
I'm
max
178
sniper,
AR.
50 shoddy and 300 AR.
Wait, oh, you got 200? I got 176.
No, I got 300.
Alright, good.
Alright, I'm gonna go get.
Well, I'm 99 gold. That's, oh, the pot, I'm gonna pop that.
143 gold.
Did you actually snipe the man in the bush?
Yeah, when you guys took the launch pad, I waited to see if I could spot him, like move, and I saw him move in the bush. I saw white, so I shot, and I hit him.
Nice. Yeah, that one guy, they were shooting at the llama and they weren't paying attention to what was around them. So I literally just beamed them. Over Party Public or something? Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I'll
that's a
probably
perfect
not
sniper.
find
I
out.
could grab that.
Bro, there's a big ass now. Ow, my ears. My ears hurt. I'm going deaf. Bro, why you have stream on?
That's your friend, Tyler? I mean,
Yeah, you can kick him.
That's your friend, Tyler? I mean, Carl.
Bro, I'm gone deaf.
Wait, he had just stream open.
Yeah, my stream open. I don't know why. If you have my stream open and you join my party, turn the volume down. I'll have it on blast. I'm gone deaf. I mean, I already am.
I'm gonna head over to this mountain, like over by Tilted.
Yeah, I think we could basically take high ground. I think we could like build the base and just be valid.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We ain't really gotta push no nobody.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build a base up here and then just try and snipe people in Tilted, because I'm sure there's people in there.
Tyler, the best sniper, question mark?
Bro, replays. That
I was
man is
really
a
good
beast.
with the bows.
Yeah, I've got some pretty. I've got.
I
A couple.
swear to God, I didn't miss a shot with those bows.
There's a guy right there.
Yeah, do I see someone?
I got somebody right here.
94.
Did you snipe him?
Yep.
I hit him for 40.
18 white.
Yeah,
Chris,
he's
the
inside
party's
the
on
building.
public.
18 white.
18 white.
So low.
Oh, the whole. Yeah, there's a whole team right there.
So low.
Yep, just chill. I didn't know Spider-Mans were in arena.
Put your party on private on me. It's on friends only. Cause I never knew we made such a good team.
It's all about communication within the team, but
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
a lot of people don't be trying to be talking they mic and communicate. They just be trying to play.
There's
Like,
people that
everybody
like
puts so
mute their
much
mic
into
and
it.
don't talk. There's like
Oh,
the
yeah.
really quiet people who don't talk. And then there's
You
like
got
the
a mic,
people
it's
who
so
literally
busy.
just scream in their mic.
I think we should rotate right here, kind of, because that's like that. Or y'all want to rotate more in the circle? How y'all want to play this?
No,
I'm fine right here.
Let's go edge till the zone gets really small, and then we'll go for height.
Alright, bet.
We're doing arena right now, Queen. Sorry. I'll play with you after.
Not gonna use any
We played the
builds until after.
tournament last week and we won 3
Build there,
games
we-
and only got to play 8 games in 3 hours.
It's active right here.
Alright, bet.
I've not won an arena game all season. Do we all have 1 kill? Yes. This chef is so lucky it's gonna give me a good shot.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
seeing
like,
pick up a sniper or
alright.
something from over here.
I'm gonna go over with him, Tyler,
Yep, you're good.
because I just wanna like.
He's in the house right here as well.
Oh, they actually use some boys.
It looks like they're pushing.
They lasered me.
I lasered.
Oh no,
Push right here.
Yeah, I lasered one right here. That team went down there.
okay, I'm going back up the zone. Unless you guys absolutely need help.
Nah, I'm good. I'm pushing. Fine, back.
Yeah, coming.
Oh, knock
So low.
knock somebody too.
Do you guys have like a big pot or something?
Oh, there's one right here.
60?
One up here.
Okay, thanks, Tyler. I can play endgame. I got 4
I'll
floppy.
go down the hill a little bit, y'all.
I have Madness as well. I can get
Whoa.
that to you at endgame.
I'm like, Tyler, down here.
Yep, I see him, I see him.
Dad,
Nice.
Finish your kill.
there's a team behind me.
That's his teammate. 6. Yeah, we still got that player that's in here. 20, 40 right
You
here.
lasered me. Lasered me.
Yeah, I got you.
Watch your side.
There's a big pot. There's no way that solo is gonna push us.
Oh, he just let me know.
Did he actually?
Yeah, just lost a lot of my shield.
They lasered me again.
This guy's a sweat.
They knocked me
Hit him
down.
95, hit him 95.
Bro, I'm running out of heals. We got stuck for the aim.
Yep, I'm with you, I'm with you. Brandon's box, Brandon's box.
Two of them actually.
I know. Did you not
There is?
realize
Yeah,
that?
yeah, it's 2 of them.
Down here? This Mongol.
Oh, bro.
Dad? Go back.
Going up. Yeah, keep height, Tucker. Yeah, keep height.
You just died. Get Tyler.
I'm trying.
Tyler, stop moving. I'll stay in storm. I don't care. We
Thank
need you. God. How are we alive
better
right
block
now? How are we alive? There's a berry truck.
Me on him now. Yeah, he did.
Madmas, come here, guys.
I got absolutely melted by an
Tyler,
SMG
come
when
here.
I got it.
Oh, you already got something.
Yo, let's kind of move towards the circle. This is our
Yep.
our time to.
We need to
make
get
it.
like height
Yeah,
and
this is
we
our time
need
to
to
go to
like
huge fort. Let's go as
right.
center as possible. Center and go for height.
Oh.
Basically, right on top of these guys. Just go,
Well, I'm
go.
out of wood.
Here, let's go right here. I'll build. If you want.
I'm already building.
We're pushing. Come on.
I already got it.
Not necessarily, but I'm just going for height.
Yeah, nah, we are height.
Well, I love how Tyler's literally like up there. I'm gonna connect to Tyler quick.
I bet.
I swear to God, if you push me down.
Nah, I'm going for the win.
Whoa, wait, there's a hole. Holes.
190 on him. Monkey king,
Oh.
190.
There's a kid. There's no shot. You just did that. I'm back up.
Alright, be careful with our maps. We don't want to burn them all.
Tyler, look. They can touch now. No shot.
Can't push from behind y'all.
Just box up. We can't do this. We're being pushed. Quick, get in her. We can't do this. We're like literally getting loaded from every direction. They're breaking us down.
60. I'm just keeping height. I'm keeping height, y'all. Oh my God, 20 white right here, y'all. 20 white, 40 white.
Where? Malcolm,
Right here,
you guys have any minis for me?
I'm getting shot too. I just got one shotted.
y'all. You can't, go ahead. You can't.
No.
Same dude that killed me, right?
That was a good game.
Yeah, I got it.
We were being contested for height. We were getting beamed from everywhere. No, wait, no, I didn't get to put Phoenix Suns on. Dang it. I got Stephen Curry on. Ooh, that was actually a really good game. Damn. That's cold.
Oh, it's
I
gotta be
got
close.
40 coming. Where do you want to go? Cuddle, maybe?
Wait, let me see what my quest is.
Yeah, we can play after.
Weakness, boxes, cat, sleepy. You're sleepy. But we can go to the other
Alright,
side
man.
of sleepy.
Yeah.
We had good fights last game, like we did good. Got a lot of kills.
A couple.
If we were getting tugged by like the lobby last game.
At least we made it to end game. That's all that matters.
Yeah, where
We made it to like top 5.
It's just the last. Go this side. Go far side.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'm gonna go right here.
I'm gonna
Or
go
no,
right. No,
I'll go
I'm going
right.
right here. There's someone who's texting me. I can hear him driving.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm gonna go here instead.
There's a door. There's no goddamn weapon. I'm dead, Juju.
How are you dead?
I only have a sniper. If I win the fight, I'm insane at this game.
Mark 7 on me.
Another sniper. Gosh. A pistol. I guess I can try to work with that.
wow, somebody already got recruited. That's crazy. Game just started.
Oh, this kid's one shot.
Can someone come to me?
I got someone on me.
Alright, I'm about to pull up.
He's really low.
Help, help,
Oh,
help.
he's got his
Stay
teammate.
stay high, Carter. I see you. I'm with you.
Oh, I'm dead.
No, Tyler.
Damn, man. This whole trio pulled up on me.
Whole trio?
Yeah.
Chris.
What are you in there? Oh, 21 white, yep.
Dead?
Nice. Good. Finish your kill.
The Raven should be low.
Yeah. It
I
only
have no idea
depends if I don't have to do anything.
I got you, Tyler. I'm trying to make a play. I'm just not trying to make it hot.
Where are they?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They
Don't wanna
right
get yourself killed.
The Raven shielded up all the way.
It is. Oh man, that sucks. I had him down to like 20 HP.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I did. I beamed him and then his
He's
two
on top
buddies
of
came
me.
rushing through the house. Yeah, that's the Raven right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to distract him.
Of course he's coming. Of course he's trying to contact me.
Man, I know I got you. I'm literally looking at him. I ain't trying to make myself hot. I'm trying to make him mess up.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
He's not making a play.
He's going for me.
He's not going for
Just
you.
keep
I'm
an eye
literally
out
looking
for
at him.
the cuddle pool.
Wait, where are you looking?
You don't see where I'm looking? I'm on this house. Why
Nah, I guess that was cuddle.
Someone just snuck up on me.
Yep, that's the one that killed me.
She sneaked.
I called it. They got Carter exactly how they got me.
Are you 1 HP? He was 72 health. No shot. only one bad game. That's not bad. Wait, Chris, what number is Devin Booker? I forget 4.
You said what?
What number is Devin Booker? He's number 4, right?
He's number 1.
Oh, my brain's not working. Here we go.
Oh, so Tyler, I might get gold all that, or I might not get all the gold, but
You'll get some of them.
yeah. Cause basically what's helping me out really is when I do the go for them challenges that give me that
Yeah.
level you up every time. So I'm doing that. So
Yeah, 8 levels from all the what do you call it? Gold. No, red. Bleh. The best like color styled one is the red one for Spider-Man. That's the best one.
yeah, I just unlocked the red one too.
It's really good. It's like Miles Morales. Like how many skins do I have? I only have 84. That's sad.
It's gonna be my last game, Chris.
Alright.
No, head
Okay.
out.
Yo, chat, talk to me, chat. How's your day been going, chat? Whoever's watching the stream, shout out to the 3 viewers that's watching the stream. If you are new to the channel, hit that like, hit that sub button with notifications turned on so you can be notified every time I drop a video. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Wanna go 50?
I bet we can go simple. I think I'm gonna land right here because I gotta do that level up.
Right here?
Yeah, and that like field in there by
Oh, okay.
that farm.
Go right there.
I got a really bad job for 50. I can't make 50.
I'm not going shifty. I'm gonna go over here with Chris.
I'm gonna go right here.
I'm going right to this building. Then we get off, Chris, and I'm gonna try and get that montage done.
What song are you gonna use?
I don't know yet. Still thinking.
Are you Coco? You know, so when I first posted my video, I had like 3 subscribers, I think. And then
What's that?
next,
Alright.
when I first started,
Yeah, I
I
haven't
had
found
like
one yet.
3 subscribers, right? I posted
Actually,
the
no, I didn't.
video.
Never mind. Yeah. I really just like walk past.
Real quick.
There's an extra mini here.
I got a harpoon.
try to third party people and sleep.
50?
Coney.
50, 50, I don't care. I don't know what's called.
Yeah, I think we should go to Coney.
Alright, back.
Sleepy isn't even
I'm
in
down.
zone. Okay.
Wanna get on, Chris?
Need a better shotgun.
Yeah. 360. Should be a 360. No, no. I'm gonna climb up these bushes.
There's definitely some fights in Coney.
It's hard to get max metal.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. Big fight.
I only have an AR sniper and harpoon. I'd most likely get a harpoon.
I'm gonna get up top of the hill on height.
Tyler, what kind of sniper you got?
Just a green.
I'll give you a blue. Come here. I'm right behind you. Come here. There. You're most likely to hit a sniper.
Stay right here. Stay behind that step.
I'm gonna get a long time.
Oh yeah, I
Yo,
see him
Tyler,
running
come here.
around.
My button's not working. What the heck? No!
Oh, they're driving away in a car.
You're a car.
Yeah, he was by himself too.
Did they just run?
Yeah, he drove away.
You got how many shotgun ammo?
Yeah, I don't have enough.
Alright, I got
There's some right here. There you go, Carter.
Alright, then. There's 100 metal right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that.
I have more metal than I do.
Somebody over here, y'all. Somebody.
Alright,
Oh,
coming.
okay.
Is he in your building?
Nah, he up there.
The house?
Nah, they do. Yeah.
I could have easily got it. No, you did.
He's on the roof. He just jumped down. He is.
That's the same crystal.
Nice, nice, nice.
I didn't want to take that shot because he definitely so weak.
It wouldn't let me reload my shotgun. That was weird. More gunfight.
Hold up, how much gold do you guys have?
I'm pulling.
Chris,
Need help,
how
need help.
much?
I need help. I need help too.
Coming.
Oh my god.
There's literally a whole drill on me.
Yeah, I got 2 on me and they're gonna reboot, I bet. It's another wildcat.
Yeah, quick, come here. I got a pad, come here. Come here. it, hit it.
Why you having instead of trying to fight them, bro? That don't make no sense.
I said pass.
I'm trying to get away and fight.
Sorry.
That was not a good play at all.
No, sorry.
I mean, it's not like I'm by myself. You could have did that if they would have killed me.
Coming right to you too.
We're going for the llama.
Snipe the wildcat.
Look, it's only 2 of them too. We could have tried to kill
There's 3 of them.
Oh, I see the order. They look like they coming right to you too.
Yeah, but that aura's gonna come right in.
Yeah, right now, the order decided to break right in there. Do some shit.
Oh, I was hoping he was gonna. Go back to company. We'll get our cards.
Wow, how they manage it?
They're all coming back.
I got tired of. There's no shot they landed right on my car.
Nuts.
It's nuts. The fact that they landed right on is called like. GG's, man. GG's.
GG's. Alright, I'm gonna head out. I'll talk to you guys later.
Alright, Ty, you have a good one.
You too.
I'm probably about to take a little short break and then get back on. What you about to do, Tyler?
Alright, bye, guys.
Alright, see you, Carter. I'm still be streaming, so.
Alright, bye.
Alright, but hopefully you have a good stream. You left too soon, chat. Yo, what's up, chat? Talk to me, y'all. ain't gonna lie, I'ma try it. Cause I don't think I should get copyrighted for that. Yo, what's good, Cody? What's up, my boy? How's it going? Will it allow it, chat?
Here, which with Boogie and Miro getting up at first is going to force everyone else to go over on the wide side. Anticipate a lot of people to go, but yeah, as you said, up on height, Pam Sow and Fatch able to pick that up because of the long rotation. Team's unable to take it away, so we're seeing their run from 16th to 10th. Can they push even higher now as they have control in the bottom right-hand corner? Current third place team, Chimp and Spade, trying to make up a little bit of the lost ground that they ended up losing last game. Top right-hand corner, Miro and Booga looking for some space. To see Fatch picking up a knock there and a confirmation onto Quanti, doing a good job of controlling the zone. And where did we pull? We're going to keep pulling away, Monster.
Yeah, it's going to continue to slide across the field here, which is going to begin costing players match. You can see Chimp and Spade begin to run out surely, but no, just as I say that, a fresh refresh comes in right there, and it's a big elimination for them. That's going to keep them in the round, and oh my gosh, 300 metal falls from that as well. For Miro, though, he is changing layers. He is on the move here, slowly running out of builds, but it doesn't matter. This is where they start to look for eliminations. High ground. Coast is clear up top. Weather's looking great. It's beautiful. Well, actually, it's a little rainy up here as players start to come on up. The clouds start to come in. Things look a little forecasted, so off he goes. Fatch, though, putting up a fight on the way down.
Yeah, just spraying some shots, making sure nobody gets too comfortable there. I'm trying to see where Pamso ended up going, but also keep an eye on that left-hand side of the feed as Cold ends up picking up a pass. Sebastian Tabne going down. Nico and Polaris up on the high ground. Nico sitting on 4 elims himself right now, just raining shots from above. Canada looking for a little bit of room. Is a solo running through and only has the singular build. Trying to edit, find the backside. Gonna jump on top of the cone to change layer. Good job. We'll find some old builds and finds a nice little line here, but with only one build, he's gonna look for a shot. He knows to play on the opposite side of the wall and still just ghosting around. He'll find Vert into a box, but unfortunately turns around and gets met with a thundering shotgun shot. As we swing on over, our leaders, they're still leading the way and into yet another top 10 as we see Pamstow get taken down the feed.
It's looking great right now, but they're starting to run out of mats here. Big tracking here onto threats. It's a shield crack, but not enough to get the push here. But Booga falls in the process just inside the top 10. He tries to break his teammate down, tries to see if he can pick up some mats. He does, so it's worth it. He actually secures the loot there before anyone else can. That's actually a big change there. It's going to allow him to stay alive for a little bit longer. Cold on the other side, though. No scented in place, so already another solo here. Trying to make two, trying to earn as much points as possible. Can they earn his way into the top 10? Beautiful job by Cold as he finds one. That's a 3-point win onto Jack. Nicely done there. And into the top 10 he goes. He finds someone else in the backside of Stormline. Beautifully done. That's Commandment. This is an important one. He tries to get the Elin, but no, not in time. And all of a sudden now it's up to Miro here.
Yo,
They're
K
doing a
Bango,
good job of making sure he's running with that med miss,
Yo,
catching up, getting into the zone, into a top 6 now. As he continues running through, we have a couple of solos running
Oh, my
around,
stream on
trying
my
to find a little
PC.
bit of room. We'll get in the spray
Nah,
battle
my
with
gaming
Stretch on the opposite
laptop.
side, and he ends
I
up
got
winning
me a
it. Does
gaming
have plenty of
laptop,
shields,
so I
but
stream off my
only
gaming laptop
enough
with my
med miss to
capture card,
offset
my-
a little bit.
my
He's running
Elgato
very far back in the zone. I don't know if there's
laptop.
another med miss back there, or he's just accepting the fact that he
And
doesn't
I
want to
do
give
it 'cause I
Elam
used to stream
points
off my
over.
PlayStation 5,
Not
but
seeing his
it, like,
name in the
takes
feed
too
as we have a
much
2v2v1,
Wi-Fi,
and yeah, it
so
looks like he was able to find something else,
I
another
don't
med
have
miss,
to
but
use that
instead
much Wi-Fi
gets greeted by a shotgun on his way back to zone. That's Threats picking him up. Users gets the other solo, so that's +8 for them. And now we got a 2v2 here, Monster. Game number.
And these huge eliminations are big for users and Threats. It's going to keep them
what's up, y'all?
jumping
Appreciate
up
you
the
following my
standings
boy. Welcome
right
to
now as they make their way into the top 15. A victory royale will be great here, but it's going to be a hard uphill battle as Polarized is definitely comfortable up top right now, but it's what builds. Users finding the angles here. No mats for them. They didn't actually get to farm that tree there. Instead, they allow the high ground team to go ahead and get it. For Nico, Polarized, they come down, they take advantage of everything there, and they take the win here in the end. Nico and Polarized with a non-elimination victory royale is big. It keeps them at least jumping their way on up.
Yeah, that'll help getting 9. I think the one at the end there with 10 going through plus the VRS. 62-point game. Like we said, anything can end up happening, but also a really good run for the Miro to take advantage of the fact that so many of the other top teams had ended up dropping and going through. And no, it looks like you were right. That was 3 going through, so the 9 victory royale, or 9 even victory royale for Elite Nico and Polarized. And I mean, we're getting close here, Monster.
It's starting to get close. The games are starting to run thin as well as they're reaching the back half. But man, oh man, your Jamper falling just in the mid game there alongside Dukes due to Storm Surge. Once again, we're seeing that recurring issue start to pop up here.
Yeah, you got to kind of address those game plans because we only have 4 matches left. But to break it down, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, take it away.
Nico and Polarized there with the victory royale, and do you know what? It's crazy. Going to that game, I think they were in like what 42nd position. Yeah. They got 9 eliminations, I think, that last game, which was so much more than all 6 games combined. Yesterday, I think they had like maybe 6 in total, which is an unbelievable time. Not to mention, Threats and users as well there, Vivid, which propelling themselves at the leaderboard because even they were kind of at the back of the pack.
Yeah, a lot to like fight for. We talk a lot about how who's going to win the 7CS, right? But all of these guys that didn't necessarily have a great day one can still fight for a lot of those placements up towards the top of that prize pool. So it's really all still to play for. But Nico and Polarized making a statement here saying, hey, listen, yeah, we didn't have that good of a day number 1. We were 42nd, but we're going to go ahead and get this victory royale now and boost ourselves all the way up this leaderboard to give ourselves a contention at that top 10.
Such a good turnaround too, because when you're able to have big wins like that, that's a mental motivator. You now believe that you can do this, and that victory royale should easily put them, one good game outside of a top 10. If they're able to repeat something like that, that is a massive swing from where they were at the other day.
Yeah, I love the over till it's over kind of mentality here as well. Like no one is quitting till this is what it's all about. Day 2 of finals. You have to keep going to the bitter end now. Everything shuffled up again. Obviously earlier on as well there, Vivid, we saw that crazy kind of rotate as well for Mira and Booga. We saw in the car managing to go through Clicks and Days builds to the other side of the map. I mean, this just goes to show how much these guys, while they're top of the leaderboard right now, they're able in any different situation to keep themselves in the game, keep rotating, keep making points, getting eliminations, and staying fast. One goes down, they make sure, Mira made sure there to get at least into like the top 6. That's why they're there. They're continuously scoring points.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about this duo right now is that we're seeing them a lot as a duo actually making it in to the end game right here. And usually, yeah, one of them end up being alive for a couple more placement points, but the idea here is that both of them are actually staying alive longer, and they're not actually having to resort to a majority of their points today coming from those solo clutches. So far they are playing it very, very well, and as you mentioned, it's really showing their flexibility with things like the car rotate and Sundown highlighting that dink, dink, dink. Earlier we saw the MK7 from range where people would just be like, oh, they didn't miss their shots, but no, Booga hits those shots.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride too, and it wasn't just a one-day thing. Back-to-back top 5s from this team. They're looking so good. Adam, I'm sure they've just padded their lead even more after that game.
Yeah, we'll take a look now, actually. Here is the standings after that game. And let's see how things look after Game 8. Game 2 here on day 2. Mira and Booga remain at the top there as well. And great points made by the fellas as well. Make sure to have a look there at the Storm Surge, because without any eliminations, still Booga and Mira were always above, quite substantially as well. That's where they're getting those constant tags in the distance. We can see there, they're 256 points. They're still about 30 points in the lead here, 33 points or so. Vivid, but still you can see it's second and third joint. Spaded, Chimp, Jamper, and Dukes on 2-2-3.
Yeah, and it's crazy right now. The biggest difference between Mira and Booga's consistency, 157 placement points. They do have the best average placement right now out of anybody in the lobby, and it is showing on this leaderboard. And Kanata and Acorn holding down that 4th place spot that they earned last game after getting that victory royale. And I was cheering on Commandment and Scented as they find themselves in 6th place now, because they just picked up a 3rd place finish right there. And Stretch was picking up a lot of elims in the elimination feed.
We're seeing quite a few risers up this leaderboard. I mean, D-Roller and Trashy, I don't think we've seen them on the top 10 at all. Now suddenly they're in 7th place, making their way up. Same with Smite and Larson, Pam Stu Fats, they're all making their way up the leaderboard. And it's one day that you did whatever you had to do on that first day. Today is completely different. Besides Miro, Booga, Spade, and Chimp, these guys seem to be one of the few that are playing consistently both days.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of, you know, how you come about day 2 and the kind of a general attitude approach to it. And if the direction is up, like you mentioned, like Pamsto and Fatch there as well, who were in 16th 2 games later, they're now in 9th position. I mean, Vivid, teams can do this so much in this competition. That's why they have to remain level-headed to the bitter end, because anything is possible when you've got 4 games left to play.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see the changes, right? We haven't really seen any, like, solid high ground strategies yet. It seems like somebody's kind of just finding their way up there. You know, we haven't seen Clicks and Day all too much today. We haven't seen their strategy come into play just yet, so maybe teams have to, you know, be wary of that happening. But everybody just got to keep playing solid, keep Stormtroopers in the back of their minds, and continue to play for that end game.
Yes,
Buffalo's good.
I was going to say, sorry, yes, we're literally, the battle bus is about to beep any second, buddy. I got to jump back into the action under the sundown and end up waiting for it. Game 3 is coming your way on day 2. Let's head over to the casters. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 games down on day number 2. We got 4 to go as we close in on that halfway point. And right now, Booga and Mira, they're opening that lead up just a little bit more, Monster.
Yeah, we knew it, and I talked about Jennifer and Dukes. They had a 1-game buffer, and look at that. The standings getting that much more closer. And what's really interesting is how many new teams are starting to break into that contest for the number 1 seeded spot. So Miro and Booga, if they continue to play even just relatively consistent, they should be able to edge this one out. And another big finals could be in front of them. A major secured, but again, it's still an uphill battle. The competition is not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over. Like we said, we got 4 games to go. This is game number 3 on the day, coming through game number 9 overall, but enough from us. Let's hop on in. There was the beep beep.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're tuning in, this is game number 9. The battle bus is setting off once again here as players have fought in, day out. This is the day 2. So the restarts have happened. We've seen new strategies come into play. We've seen teams that were playing very well yesterday meet new struggles today, and that's what you expect here in the FNCS final stage, as professional players will always switch things up. They will adjust, unless you're, of course, landing at Greasy Grove, where Sprite and Nounzy up against Rise and Agers have not changed anything at all. They've just gone head-to-head, vehicle versus brick wall. That's the story of Greasy Grove.
Honestly, it's just like 2 Billy Goats or Rams just continually butting heads against each other and seeing who has the better drop and seeing how they play it. But it's a really good example of what 2v2 teamwork looks like and how you prioritize what weapons are where. See how they're able to do this. It looks like they're mainly contesting drop right off of the bat. Rise ends up with the quicker weapon there. Will end up picking up the Ranger. Agers does get the uncommon pistol and is immediately going to try and cover and hit the 2 coolers. Unfortunately, only post-chug splashes from one of them, and will try to group up with Nounzy, but not doing, or try and group up with Rise and get those down. But the pressure being applied from Sprite on the opposite side, and Agers honestly just playing the support role, saying, you do the damage, I'll put down as many chug splashes as I can, able to win them one in the trade. But the auto shotgun on the other side, we've talked about just how strong it can be early, and Sprite puts it to work with not 1 but 2.
what is that, 3 games in a row now. We've watched Sprite and Nalzy win the drop here consistently. And just like that, they go from a top 5 down to falling out of 10.
Yeah, that one's tough there. I think that puts the score, where are we at overall? I think we're 6-4 maybe now, so closing in on it here. Nope, because that would be 10 times. This is game number 9. I think we're 5-4 going through there. Maybe we'll need to go back, double check, get the final count. So we'll swing on over and see what's going on here at Covert Cavern.
It's looking pretty interesting right now. This team's just beginning to set up and settle down. Muzz and Avery are one of the few teams that are contesting this drop here. There is the split. Nosh and Paper there as well. On the other side, though, Duke and Jamper. What can they do to go ahead and adjust their gameplay, combat the fact that they're not finding the surge tags, their strategy? They have been spoiled, essentially, as no one's really been revealing themselves to those mountain fronts. They also love to claim nice and early there and look for the tags. Even with the adjustment last game, picking up the Ranger, bringing that to the mountain fronts wasn't enough to get them in the clear.
Storm Surge has largely been the first contributing factor, and it's no surprise, particularly when you keep an eye on the top left, minus a few very consistent drop fights we've been having. There hasn't been a ton of those mid-game actions. Teams have been able to kind of just sit back and wait and see what's going on. So we do have one of those fights occurring just outside of Tilted right now. So we can see Jock and Illis trying to put some shots on, trying to put some pressure, but Illis is actually going to take a bunch of excess damage. He didn't really need to there, unfortunately. Some really good shots. Whoever was on the opposite side to pick that one out and take advantage. And Visual's going to keep pressuring here, not giving them a moment to really put on those minis and get together. So good pressure here from Visuals and TK, trying to get in there. Good angle through the window, not exposing himself, using that right-hand peek, but you can see Monster, they've finally been able to get hip to hip.
Yeah, I was going to say that team of the distance actually Acorn and Kanata. They have a contested Tilted Towers, but it seems like the real fight's down here. And they're just kind of idle on the other side, looting up all the big loot that is available. If there are tons and plenty of chests here, that Tilted Tower is one of the better overall opportunities to find yourself a launch pad because of all the floor loots. Look at this. Miro and Booga are current game leaders here, point leaders. 256. What a day it has been for this duo right here. Now look at this strat here, trying to see if they can find any coastal rotators besides using the loot. And you notice they leave the vehicles behind and try to keep a low profile. Little did they know it's completely clear down here. Look at all the floor loot. So this could have been Shadow and OMG's general drop spot. Remember, last we saw OMG was a part of this split here, but it seems like they mixed it up. They weren't happy that Shadow got picked off last game, so might be seeing some early game adjustment.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space, but we talked about trying to find a little bit of space, and Jamper's not going to do that. He gets taken down and just flown on instantly. Now, Duke's trying to create a little bit of distance, but unfortunately, no excess movement utility from him, so instead, just burning, and I mean burning through his hard materials, trying to find an opportunity to turn. We'll get the opportunity. A good job to get some shield tags down, but Pacifico and 20, we're having none of that.
Can't believe we just watched our second place team officially eliminated before they can earn any points coming into game number 9. Look at the opener. They had the builds. They were on the natural cover there, and Jamper didn't see it coming. They were focused off in the distance there. And just like that, second place is down and out. Reciprocal and 20 take down 2 of our biggest point contenders for number 1 spot now. So a little bit less for Booga and Miro to worry about here. Booga and Miro effectively have got themselves one step closer to potentially being our FNCS champions.
Yeah, they get more room, but don't forget that second place spot was more or less occupied by 2 teams who are both sitting there at 223, so both Jamper and Dukes have been taken out. Spade and Chimp still got a little bit of room to operate, but right now we see Violet Knifer opting to actually move into the cavern, giving a little bit of a different look. We've seen him in here a couple of times, so right now maybe overcommitting a little bit to that position, allowing the team to end up getting on their back there, but they do also have 2 additional eliminations here, Monster, so don't necessarily have to press too hard for Surge, depending on how efficiently they're able to pick up those elims. But we have another fight going on, like, just around the corner from there. You see Paper just got knocked.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Mind you, remember, that is Muzz and Avery over here. Redux, instead, though, is the one that's in the battle right now against Nosh and Paper, and it seems like that knock is full. And yes, Savage is still up as well, so You have a two-man battle there. On the other side of the wall, though, you see Cease not too far off, just outside the mountain. He's also hearing the fight going on here, so a lot of action, but Knifer and Byla, curious cats here. They start to sneak on in, getting a little close.
Yeah, you know what they say about curiosity and cats, but the satisfaction could end up bringing them back, and the satisfaction in this case will come in the form of elimination, storm surge damage, and hopefully being able to take advantage of the fact that one of these teams might be looting up afterward, and this is the chance right now. They should see that that was a full confirm. They should know that Redux and Savage are sitting just on the other side here, but they don't want to press through. They're hoping that Redux just real quickly, when you double edit open just kind of like a ceiling cone, generally it's pretty instinctual to do one than the other, just in the same motion. Players don't generally peek through that cone right off the start, but Redux and Savage, they say, hey, something smells a little fishy around here, and I don't think it's the floppers in that pool.
Yeah, and look, Byla and Knifer continue to sneak their way on in, getting closer and closer, but danger is rising. As you're noticing, these are all enemy builds. These are probably Redux and Savages here, so have to be extremely cautious. This is a left camera peek. Ooh. You might have saw it, but no, just a precautious build there from Redux. They just knew better than to leave that one open. Opportunity opens up there, and great tags for Byla. Very, very much worth it for them, as the storm is so close. Have a lot here. They're probably hoping to find some extra minis and extra heals to go. On the other side, Acorn and Kanata jump into the fight here at Tilted. Seems like they've gone through their fair exchanges, as Kanata has no more shield left, and things are running pretty low here for Acorn.
Yeah, and they have to be careful. There's a whole bunch of triangles in that bottom right-hand corner of the map there, so a bunch of duos still lurking around in the area. You can see he's trying to get a priority position up on the high part, and honestly pretty far split from his duo. You can see there how he's just posting up, trying to catch people who are rotating in from that eastern side. Check the bottom right-hand corner. We're getting a northeast zone monster, not all the way to northeast part, a little central there, but Bugle still in play. Plenty of sleepy sound in there, so things are going to get a little interesting. We haven't played a ton in this space here in NA East.
Just wanted to say, shout out to that stat right there. Kanata is the first player to ever have a victory out in every single FNCS for the last 4 years. Wow, oh wow. That's a big stat right there. Constantly making his appearances. Whenever he does make his appearance, it's guaranteed a little win. Not bad at all.
Yeah, he just wins. He's always won games, right? That's just always been the thing. He has that kind of in his back pocket, right?
Not to mention, one of the more angry shotgun shots out there. The man puts them down. He's got the flicks. Very flashy type player.
Who has happy shotgun shots, Monster? What are those? Are those like me when I'm shooting a shotgun at you? Or they just hitting with pillows?
We've all been there. Little pillow fights with shotguns, you know that.
Yeah, the old tack shotgun. All right, guys, yeah, calling out my damage numbers. That was a 12 and another 12.
Yeah, he's
an 18. That one was pretty good.
He's got a pillowcase full of bricks. He's not swinging no feathers around. That's a fact. Chip and Spade, though, looking nice. Second place, high ground hold here outside the Bugle.
Yeah, it's a really nice position, particularly for this zone, because anybody who's on that eastern side, you have a sight line on them, right? There's a ton of open space around there, not a bunch of trees to break it up, and not a bunch of change in verticality. So if you're able to pick up one of those MK7s with that red dot sight when you aim down sights, I mean, these players, we've seen them, they just let it rip. You have no problem picking up a couple tags and saying, hey, that's good enough for us, because, again, as you've noticed, minus the initial drops and a couple ambushes here or there, we're chilling. And right as I say that, immediately Jackson takes down Acorn. So that was the split we were talking about, how him and Canada were nowhere near each other, and unfortunately, he's going to get taken down immediately.
Yeah, he got caught inside Tilted Towers. What we saw there was he had low brick. He was probably caught trying to farm those garages just outside a big main building. And I thought we were going to see that happen. I didn't want to call it out, but seems like it was pretty obvious that one of them were going to get chipped off. And look, Kanata tries to slide on out. They actually changed location here, and now it's 2v1. They recognize it's time to push here. They're below the surge, so a fight had to happen. It's not looking good for our third place team. Second place is already out. Third has the opportunity here to be sniped out, and there it is. Down they go to the hands of Owl and Cracked. Once again, this is the second time Owl and Cracked have claimed a big, big team.
Just right now, looks like They've claimed bounties on the top of the ladder, and they're going through and picking up that extra gold, saying, I got you, Mr. NPC, no worries. Just swing on over. Creo and Vert looking for a little space. Currently 105 above, largely thanks to the Elim. The Vert was able to pick up pretty decent loadout too. Rockin' the rare MK7 as well as the rare Stinger SMG. Looks like they might try and sneak up right next to this base, and instead, no, just going to box up with some brick next to it. Say, howdy neighbors, you got a nice sightline. Mind if we share it?
Sure, indeed. They're just going to have to right now, as Surge is definitely active. Players are looking and active everywhere. OMG, me too, and Shadow under focus right now, under big fire here from all angles. Out comes the big plays here. The armored walls come down. Lucky for them, it's going to buy them a little bit of time, but their team's still looking in. You have to switch it up right now. It's Joji and Rokane, Illest on the other side of the wall as well, shooting inwards. And look at that, all heavy material now depleted from the inventories here. Up they finally go to do the layer change. More metal being invested here by Shadow. Seems like a desperate play right now, though, as the other teams are picking up on it. Finally, the counterfire comes in, but OMG Me Too picked up there.
It's going to get taken down. Unfortunately, that's Chubbs picking up, and that's what happens when you're the last one of the party. You knock on the door, and they say, everyone left hours ago. What are you doing? And they just kick you on out. Fortunately, Shadow for him was able to sneak right on in. The back door was still unlocked, and he's trying to see if maybe a couple of points there might be left on the table, but looks like he's not going to be able to find anyone. Really good layer change down to the absolute low, but with only one build left, you can think he's not long here, and that's Rokane finding him before he's able to get that swing off. So good job from Rokane. Make sure to resolve that quickly. Cole taking down Fatchy Fishy as well. In the feed there, you can see Kraken Jack also able to pick up an Elim. This Playify continuing to just rain shots from the side. We still see players dropping. This is all on that Storm Surge and Playify and Oliver OG. 32 below Monster.
One of the more important teams catching Elims in the feed, though. Byla and Smite, teams that are up inside the top 5, top 10. Spot right there. Playify and Oliver OG, who were up, doing very well yesterday for a little bit. Seems like things started to slow down for them as well. Suffering the same fate as Yamzo and Degen on the day right now. It's not looking too hot. Way below the surge. 1 HP. And the tick comes in. Down goes the teammate there. Ooh. Ouch. But he's above. But ouch.
Yeah, ouch, that will hurt, but it just shows that Ranger, if you're able to hit those headshots, I mean, the 45 headshots before the damage drop-off ends up coming through, those add up very quickly, and we saw Fatch end up going down, but now Pamstow is going to be the solo who gets it flipped over to him. He does have that legendary Ranger, also has the supply drop, so he's going to be able to get some form of excess shields to get him up for a little bit, and players end up going down, so Pamstow will get a chance to try and make an individual effort, so we get replays of all the action that went down while Storm Surge was popping off.
Yeah, big fights right here. See, threats catch one right there. Avery on the other side below the surge too. He gets taken out. Lightning bolts coming up from the top there. Can't avoid them. Can't dodge them. If you get hit by them, you're taking out immediately from the game if you are eliminated. That's an elimination blow. For Booga and Mero, it seems like they were A-okay from the surge here. Do have a bit less mats than we've seen them with in the past. Just shows how other teams are probably desperate, looking for tags here in the process. Cost them a little bit, but they're up. They're alive.
And they should be inside the 4th zone, depending on where it pulls. They're not completely central, so if it pulls relatively north, they could end up in a poor position. But speaking of in a poor position right now, Knifer and Byla boxed up right next to the solo of Pamstow, but they're the ones who's taking all of the fire and all of the heat, and not a ton of extra shields. Knifer trying to defend from multiple different angles, doing a good job, make sure he covers the ramp with his head, and then getting hip to hip with Byla, so they're able to kind of, you know, watch each other's backs. Get a little bit of back-to-back. There's Moose going to ramp above here. Rhythm and Mill coming in a little bit late, but Bucky and Cam, that's showing right up top. They got the high ground right over the bugle, and 4th zone revealed, and we are right smack dab in the middle. So, Monster, these players are all praying that that half in and half out doesn't pull towards the southeast and back and forth over the bugle, because that could be rough. But what they're going to do right now is everyone's going to pack in right along the outside, and you're probably going to see majority of it happen along the southern part of the zone.
I'm more curious to see if Booga and Mero end up leaving a little early to go ahead and get to the zone. They're just outside there. They're going to have prime opportunity to target these other players that are going to have to move directly into their path. There's no way that teams are going to go up and over into the main city at this point. If you're positioned on the side, that's just how it's going to play out. Pam still rocking by himself here. Take a look at what just went down there. Sniper shot from downrange. Beautiful job there. And look at the follow-up with the heavy Ranger from a distance. He probably didn't get the full finish because the pickup's going to come through, but just showing you what happens when you get the big firepower in hand.
And honestly, it's one of the strengths too when you're carrying a weapon that the players aren't necessarily used to. Like everyone, because there's no one-shot elimination or one-shot down coming through those headshot snipes this season, players are a little bit more blasé when it comes to opening up peaks and taking things you normally wouldn't, right? Like if Thomas HD is standing on the other side with a heavy sniper, you're not leaving your wall open or edited, or honestly, you're not leaving just one wall between you. With that being said, a couple teams, hey, they're leaving these peanut butter, the triangle edits, whatever you want to call them, they'll leave it open all the time, and Bamsel might have been able to secure himself a through and a pass through the second storm surge by hitting that headshot on the follow-up. Now let's take a look and we'll see. And immediately, Monster, left-hand side, our current leaders, we're below, and then it averages back up above. So I'm sure if they're able to get some tags there, but just being above it, Creo will take down Pamsel. So despite the nice little tag there, not going to have to worry about storm surge because he's worrying about next game instead.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty solid right now. Knifer and Bila, though, hats off to them. 4 eliminations already, 2 of which we saw in that early game pickup, but it seems like they're continuing to find success here leading into the end game. And right now, this is that pocket of players we expected to see begin to collapse on top of one another. And I'm actually surprised to see that Clicks and Day end up here alongside Miro and Crew 2. They didn't move at all. They actually decided to stay right where they were planted. And this is forcing all these players to come into their spacing here. You can see that Teo and Pledge on the bottom right now are on the hunt here, looking to push through players. 277 below. They have to take this fight. They're going to need much more than just a knock and a finish, much more than just that shotgun shot right there. That's only going to reward them with points and a little bit of tag. They're going to need a little bit more if they want to stay alive right now.
Yeah, but the refresh, getting the shields there could end up being enough. And it looks like they're actually trying to bait Joji and Rokane running through. Opens up with the shot. Not going to find necessarily as much as he wants, but they're going to go forward. However, Pledge takes a ton of damage. They are going to get the siphon, and that's a very importantly timed siphon. It's going to put them just barely above, and it kept Pledge from being insta-eliminated by that storm surge coming through. Teo now trying to clean up all over G on the backside, but instead just going to about face, knowing he has the priority position. Everyone has to rotate through there. They heard the surge damage coming out, and they're going to be able to get that final tag. Really well played from Teo and Pledge. So we're going to swing on over to Stretch and Commandant.
And they went from 0 elims on up to 4. That is how you earn some points in the end game, guys, right there to set yourself up for Commandment and Stretch. They are just wishing they could have had the same amount of success here, as they could definitely use the points to drape their way into that top 3. Out come the Armored Wall from the pressure coming in from Commandment and Stretch here. It's going to be perfect. Notice now that team can't make an edit. Stretch wastes no time to run across there. Noticing that he's got the clear right away. For Miro and Booga here, already at 2 elims now. So very much worth it for them to go ahead and stick behind inside what was going to be that super congested pocket there. And so far, so good for the vets here. Earning themselves much more points, much more space between the rest of the competition.
Yeah, one more duo going down will get them into the cascading placement points. There it is as Cam ends up picking up Crunchy. So now, +1 point. Each duo that drops is an additional +1 point. The big deal here is if Booga and Miro are able to get into a top 5 for the next 3 games, they don't care about pushing the base. All they care about is just staying up in the end game and eking out placement points. They could effectively win the FNCS right here with a solid performance because it puts them just that much farther ahead. Yes, it's not statistically out of the question, but with how well they've been playing, they might have been able to do enough because they're still getting elims, they're still getting placement points. Nobody is having the consistency as them so far, but right now the team who has the ability to challenge, Chimp and Spade, trying to get going, trying to get something moving, trying to find elims, trying to find fights here on the mid-ground monster. They know placement points aren't enough.
Yeah, definitely. They want that #1 spot, and they're willing to fight for it. You're watching it come into play right now. They know this team edited their way on down. It's a metal wall separating them, and this is an aggressive fight right here. Here comes a pre-edit, I believe. Yes, the Space trying to hold that wall, but no. That team,
they're gone.
Dips on now. Web slingers their way across the map there. And now, Chip is looking for another one. Next target, next victim in play. No code comes through. There's a pre-edited floor there, too, so just dropped and dropped. These free edits coming out in the end game are just devastating to opponents that don't see it coming. Chimp all of a sudden now is up and comfortable here with the refresh. refresher they were looking for the match. Finds the launch pad as well. So good for them right now. Stretching Commandment, though, fighting for high ground. They're just building their way on up. Granted, it for free. And now fully connected to one another here. He's missing no opportunity to go all the way up.
Keeping an eye on the left side of the screen, we see DJen getting knocked on the backside of the zone. That's where most of the action is right now. As yellow God rays from the top indicate Boogie and Miro. They're still operating in the mid-tarp. We actually see them get a knock in the feed. Commandant, some great shots on the backside of the zone. He's going to pick up their first elim, and that was important because they were below surge. Every bit of damage adds up, and that's going to get them just barely above as we peek in. Spade and Chimp, no problem on them being above. They're 506 above as they find a nice little refresh, and their second elimination for another round of points going to drop down. That was polarized.
Oh my gosh, Chimp.
The winner right there. And Chimp just blows up somebody. I didn't even see who that was real quick. They just disappeared. And Miro goes down. Peterbot picks up Miro, so keeping an eye, looking for that yellow ray. The yellow ray is Booga. If he's able to go out and still get the solo points, as we've seen, that's what makes this duo just so scary, Monster, is yes, you might get one of them down, but then you're dealing with still one of the, if not the two best individual solo players on the region, arguably in the world. Booga, the last one to take home an international competition like that, and he's going to just ride it out and get as many points as he can.
Yeah, this is where he's so comfortable, and you can see right there he finds Nick, not afraid to go for those risky plays, to look for the eliminations. Those are points that are going to go a long way, especially in the end game. With every elimination, it's worth 4. Not only for the points, but the placement that he gets in the process. Here comes some shots coming up from up above, and Booga still in it right now, in it to win it here, holding on. Reciprocal and 20, though, trying to fight their way back into the competition. They already took out some big teams this game, now trying to play for their victory royale right now. On the low ground, though, Chimp and Spade still fighting their way, too. But 30 points separates them from #1 spot because Booga is still alive.
You can see Booga just still earning points, still taking over. However, only one build. He needs to find elimination. Though, he did find some old builds, which are just as good. He's able to open up some headshot things coming through from the stinger. He needs to check the backside of his tarp, and he gets taken down. However, yet another top 10 performance from Booga. However, this is just a little bit of room, a little bit of breathing space for this teams. Maybe in the top 5 and the top 6 who can press forward. Smite and Larson being one of them. Spade and Chimp being the other one as we swing on over. 33 Larson looking for a little bit of room as Peterbot takes down Day. Yet another top 8 performance for Day as Cold also ends up getting Sprite, continuing the run where Sprite and Nounsy make it off spawn. They get something, but Senton and Cold are still getting some points as well as they have a strong Day 2 on the opposite side of this wall.
Still fighting their way in, and now into the top 10 they go, rocketing their way up here in day #2, but Spade and Chimp are the team to look out for. They're earning just a little bit more points as every second ticks on as they continue to out-survive these other teams. Can they find any eliminations, though, in this process? If they can get any more, it'll get them that much closer to getting to #1 spot, but Spade gets caught up in a spider trap there inside the edge of the builds. Can he make his way around the side? No, not in time, and down they go inside the 5th place. Unfortunately, couldn't find any elim points there. This is Larson's opportunity now to go ahead and catch out. That's one onto Senton. Nice finish there. Here comes a full elimination. Beautifully done. Into the 4 elimination threshold now. They find just a little bit more. Cold on the outskirts. Should be falling anytime soon unless he has a couple more heals left. Seems like the Spider-Man web slinger is going to keep him alive in the game, holding on to dear hope, and Peterbot into another trap too.
Peterbot trying to find a little bit of room. Does have some extra shields. Also has the med miss if he wants to drop in the zone, but not given the time. Vert says, knock, knock. Who's there? He's going to take it out, and he's the solo who's currently operating. We have Smite and Larson on the low ground, up on the high ground. We have Reciprocal just trying to spray down shots. We talked about him in 20, being able to get a little bit going, starting to look a little bit better today. And right now, Vert back in the zone, looking for an opportunity as Reciprocal running low on builds. Only has 10, 2 builds on 20. Does have some of those iron traps to be able to put down. Here comes the chop, here comes the break. Reciprocal sent down, and he gets picked up from the zone. Here comes Vert. Vert hops skipping to the back of the zone, but he gets picked up, and Larson says, I'm going to be the one who comes out with the VR. That was an utter scrum at the end, Monster.
If Vert would have just gotten a siphon instead of a knock, it was the difference in choosing the one of the 3 solos that were left there. It could have been a different story, but the clutch from Larson and Smite on the low ground. This team continues to impress us. This FNCS Finals has really been their breakout performance. They have claimed so many big duos and big fights, honestly, clutching up left and right. Take a look at Larson's accuracy, pinpoint precision there. He just manages to pull it all together at the end.
Being able to close it out as we close in on the halfway mark here for day #2. We'll have 3 more matches left to go, but right now the question is, who can put the brakes on the runaway train that is Booga and Miro? Because no matter what happens, everywhere you look, regardless, solo, duo, they're picking up elims, they're picking up placement points, and they're rocketing up that leaderboard.
Yeah, Chip and Spade got a little bit closer, but how close the standings here are ready to be revealed soon. So let's toss it over to Adam and the boys.
Yeah, that was an incredible end game there. I mean, Smite and Larseners are one of the only teams to pick up eliminations in every single one of the 9 games thus far. Again, you know, another team. I mean, we saw Reciprocal and 20 there as well, Vivid, who I think were kind of in 36th prior to that. I mean, things are shifting rapidly. It's like quicksand. Some teams getting pulled in, some pulling themselves out and scrambling and getting somewhere up the leaderboard. It's insane right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams finding some life here in day number 2. Larson and Smite there. Houston, we actually kind of saw them first when they were shutting down Scented and Cold right outside of Sleepy Sounds in the semi-finals, and now they're here in the finals, outplacing Scented and Cold, getting this victory royale. This is a huge swing for them.
Yeah, big match, and you see them shooting right up the leaderboard. They were in 8th place, now moving up to top 3 after that game. We're seeing Jamper and Dukes fall a couple of times, but there is this monster in every lobby, and that is Booga and Miro, who just continue to do what they do best.
You know, it's incredible as well, the synergy between the two of them, because it feels like every single time one of them goes down early on, the other one just manages to keep going till, you know, I think it was 10th position there that Booga managed to get to. I mean, picking up eliminations along the way as well. Obviously didn't kind of protect himself from behind. There you go. He's taken out in 10th. But I tell you what, the exciting thing about some of these teams like Booga and Miro is the consistency element. I know we keep talking about how important this is, but for new players who are coming into the game, like to be this consistent at this level as well, Vivid. I mean, you've been there up at the top, at the very, very top there. It is not easy to be that good all the time.
No, it's really not. You know, they've just found their groove here throughout this whole FNCS, you know, and they're hot. It's not even like this is like something new, right? They won the previous FNCS. They won the Grand Royale as well. So they have 2 back-to-back FNCS wins right now coming into this one. And if they continue on this tear, this will be their 3rd one in a row. So the consistency is not only in this tournament alone, but in tournaments in general.
Yeah, it's something unheard of, but ultimately they might be doing that. And let's see where they stand, Adam.
Let's do exactly that, SBG. I love your style there. Let's head over to the standings right now and see where they lie. Is it top still? Yes, it is. A 29-point lead right now. What with Jamper and Dukes falling down to 4th position, having got out very early on in Game 9, we can see that Miro and Booga have made quite a play now. Although we saw as well, Spade and Chimp doing a fantastic job there as well, Vivid, of managing to, even from the back of zone, still managing to frag and get a ton of eliminations to add to their score.
Yeah, we're talking about consistency when it comes to Booga and Miro, but Chimp and Spade are consistent in the amount of eliminations they get. They actually have the highest average eliminations because they do have 42 eliminations, the first team to break 40 eliminations, and the chase is on, right? Yeah, they are 29 points behind, but it is possible. We haven't seen Booga and Miro slip up yet, but if they do, Chimp and Spade are right behind them.
Yeah, playing their own great tournament here. 260 points. There is another massive gap between them and the rest of the field. So right now we got a 2-horse race going at it for this first place. But as we've seen, anyone could fall early and really make a way up there. We did see Scented and Cold on the first page for the first time in this tournament. Now another team, Peterbot and Quanti, rising up on this second day. We also see D-Roller and Trashy playing so consistent. And after that first match of the day, Threats and Users right there in 13.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously 11th through 20th as well, because of course every single position here in FNCS finals counts for some kind of element of the prize pool, and as you make your way further up, of course that increases. So the fact that it's changing constantly as well is big for the players, because who knows where they can land. They need to make sure now, with 3 games left in this competition here at NAE, that they have to deliver the goods here. Vivid, SBG, I think we're all looking at, you know, Miro and Booga here as well, just to give you guys some context at home. These guys have, I think, on the last of the 9 games, I think at least 5 of them, they finished inside the top 4, which just goes to show that kind of eliminations plus placement points that we keep talking about as well, how important that is and integral to getting yourself up up to the very top there, because to do that time and time again, that is why they're sitting pretty in first position right now. But it is time for the next game, game 10 of 12 here on NAE on finals day 2. We'll head back into the action with Sundown and MDF. I know we're waiting eagerly here because it's all to play for with just a few games left. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. We're into the back half of the games on the day. Monster, 3 more. The AXA champions will go out. The top prize will be given. And then we got NA West after this, and the FNCS will be all wrapped up. But do you think anybody can catch Booger and Miro?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough if they don't fall early, which is very unlikely. They've managed to really find themselves a great route. They get the tags that they're looking for by other teams kind of landing in their general area and poising up next to them. Their Chonkers vehicles allow them to rotate in the mid and early games. So honestly, they just have such a great strategy that the zones, it doesn't matter where it goes, they've managed to play very well. But leaning into this next game now, we get to see how it unfolds. So let's get on this battle bus.
Game number 10. 3 more to go here in the East. And who else is atop the throne right now playing King of the Hill other than the solo World Cup champ, the icon himself, Booga, with the FNCS. I mean, I call him the owner, the demon, the one who's just run through and just destroyed most recent times his partner, TNA Miro. But Monster, where else will we kick it off but over to Greasy Grove, where the score is now 5-4, so closing it on equal.
Yeah, where yesterday this battle meant so much for Rising Angels to stay inside the top 5. All of a sudden now being on a 3 losing streak here off the drop has made it super rough for them to continue to stay competitive inside the standings. But mind you, they're still inside the top 15. This is all going to come down to whether or not Rise can clutch, but no, it's not going to be enough. Down they go. Sprite and Nowsy have really just figured them out, it seems, at this drop, being a little bit better, sharper here with the drops. And it's unfortunate, but that is how quick you can slide behind.
Yeah, now it's 5-5 going up. And what the general contest ends up looking like, if you want to go and VOD review this, what Aegis and Rise look to do is they look to hit the floor drops and then immediately group in that corner, break the floor and break the 2 coolers, hoping that they end up both pulling double chug splash and immediately chug splash each other. The problem with that is that on the opposite side, if Nounsy and Sprite get high rate of fire weapons and they break the 2 walls opposite there, you now have to defend from 2 different angles without ever having farmed any materials. And unfortunately, they're starting to lose that fight as we swing over to the other contested fight that we've seen repeatedly here, and that's Walkers and Golden against Spego and Charlie. And Golden trying to put a little bit of pressure here with Walkers already taken down, so 1v2 with the Siphon coming out. It's going to still have the effective HP advantage. What a shot!
There's the heavy. There's the heavy coming in to play body shot. Little 59 tag to the calf there. You can't escape the damage of the heavy, especially when you're aiming down sight like that. Beautifully done, mind you. It's a extremely small crosshair, so you have to be deadly accurate with it. Golden and Walker, man, like I said, impressive for them to be besting this team here on the drop. It's keeping them at least well within some points away from having a donut of a competition. So all in all, for their first FNCS finals, I'm sure there's a lot to learn from today, a lot to take home from here. Same for Princess Wolf and AMT, doing a little bit better, up in 32nd place right now, chasing down Vert, our team who was just in that end game last game, fighting for that victory royale there. All in all, looks like this is a full-on push here. He's got the side angle and everything.
Sliding down the hill, trying to get the best angle, just ripping shots over, but the timber comes straight down and nobody gave them a heads up. That's Redux from the side, and that's some valuable Storm Surge damage a la the tree. And don't forget, that will end up going down. It will break builds, but somebody whose engines have looked like they've stalled a little bit here on day 2, trying to get going, trying to make something happen. Me2 and Shadow getting hip to hip. It looks like Me2 will actually get a much-needed Siphon there onto Fabled Taco, so that's going to end up coming out. Shadow needs to be careful here with only 2 HP, but Jackson trying to put the pressure down.
I'm not even sure how that happened for a second there. The knock and finish came out of nowhere. Must have been to fall damage or something like that, because for a brief moment there, Fabled Taco was right next to Jackson and then just vanished. So here comes a disengage. He's off, he's gone. Those mythic web slingers allowing you to really open up space pretty quickly there. Jackson's now on the bottom coastal area, but OMG Me2 just knows track them all the way around the outskirts. They actually needed these eliminations. This is a different switch up in the strategy here, been a bit more aggressive to these coastal teams. Jackson and Fable Taco, though, no strangers to being contested on the drop. That's how it was for their qualifier rounds. In the replay, though, we get to see how things unfolded with Vert. He managed to turn this whole fight around here and find the 2 eliminations. Nicely done there. And that is why he was a solo, making his wide rotate, going head-to-head now with Princess Wolf and AMT.
Yeah, and we also saw Eamzo and Degen get picked up by Nosh and Paper outside the covert by that llama split. So, fortunately for them, still trying to get something going here on day number 2 after that amazing start in the Game 1 victory yesterday. And on board here with Spark and Nets, trying to get a little bit of pressure, pincer movement on the Sanctuary. But we've seen not necessarily as much success in these pincers. It's largely been teams who've been playing hip-to-hip, and when you've been too far spread, you generally leave yourself vulnerable to just getting a quick 1v2. And right now you can see Magnolia and Qua trying to get hip-to-hip. Spark and Nets keep putting the pressure down.
Nice little angle here as well. They have this high ground control here. Taking it nice and slow, though, not looking to overcommit. This is something that you see really pretty much often from competitors. And, of course, a team that plays too defensively, normally you'll see a disengage as well. Get your couple tags, you stay content with the situation, but the clock is always ticking in Fortnite. That's one thing you cannot stop is Papa time. So they're going to go ahead and have to fight their way back to material count that is going to allow them to have a successful mid and end game. Good early game disengage for Booga and Miro, though. They're just on time as usual with their early game. They stay here until they are fully looted and comfortable and then go for surge and battle and positioning. No change up basically from their strategy from what we've seen so far in the competition, but no need to. They've been successful every single game.
Yeah, making sure they pass by these coolers as well. We ran a little bit of a content piece at the start of the season about what's changed on the Chapter 3 map, and I think the coolers, one of the biggest additions, if you're not aware of them, they hold guaranteed amount of consumables, and the ones that these players care the most about are those chug splashes. That's often why you'll see duos rocking out with almost a full 12 set of chug splashes in nearly every single one of their loadouts. That very much prioritize that, because it can be shields as well as HP, and it's AoE. But now, we've kind of taken a look. We looked at our first place horse, and now here's the second place horse chomping at the bit, trying to close the gap. It's Chimp and Spade, and they've got a ton of space, and Zone dropped right on top of their head monster. This is a little bit different than yesterday, where we had mostly south-central zones. This is the second time in a row now we've pulled up towards that northeast corner.
I would say that generally works against them as well, as less teams are going to be rotating, less likely to come on up to their general positions where they set up for surge, so it's going to force them into more of an aggressive play. And like you said, it's the second game in a row now. So last game, it seems like they managed to, make it work and figure things out. They're going to have to re-employ the strategy they don't use very often, which can always leave room for error. So I am curious to see if they can continue to remain consistent this game, as Booga and Miro, this storm is what they expect all the time. They just move out of the drop spot. They haven't really had it land on top of them too often in the tournament so far.
Now a little bit of a late rotate here. OMG, Me Too, and Shadow, we've talked about it. Some decent individual efforts from them so far today.
Wow.
Kind of struggling to get it go together, but Me Too says, Owl, what you doing, poking your head up? And Owl responds in kind. He says, hey, you got a pretty nice assault rifle. I got one too. Here's some shots for you, as he gets his entire shields ripped away. And Shadow opens right back up. And honestly, this is a positive for both of these teams right now. I don't see too much white HP, minus that med miss. So hopefully that should be enough to keep OMG, Me Too, and Shadow up. But otherwise, they should be relatively content to trade Surge and have their full duo up.
Not to mention, they still have metal capped out as well. So, you can find brick, you can find wood coming into mid in their early game, late game. But, the one thing you're not going to find, or very unlikely to find, is metal. In the distance, though, you hear the reboot van going off. Jackson trying to play with Fable Taco, so they're going to be looking to get their second and third eliminations redone onto Fable Taco. That could be an extra 6 points if the pickup comes through. If they're smart, they allow it to happen. So we'll see. But Commandment and Stretch right now, their name of the game right now is find some tags, as will be Clicks and Day right there. And that's the mark coming out. So, we might see Commandment find a little bit of an ambush there for the tags onto Clicks and Day. That could be a swing factor, right, for the duo fight that might break out down there.
Yeah, and a very traditional split right now coming out from Stretch and Commandment, where they're going to keep it far enough. But Clicks and Day just went immediately. They just went for it. He was Knifer getting picked up. That was Nosh and Paper, able to find him there as he tried to could have just set out, but unfortunately, it will get picked up. And I mean, as soon as you're in that sight line, that's when we talk about like line of sights being so important and like how you have to be thinking about your rotations way ahead of time. As soon as he committed to rounding that corner, like it's 2 level changes, right? And then he's taken out. Now we'll swing on board. It feels like we haven't had a chance to talk about him that much today, Monster. Minus game number 1, Champer and Dukes have had a little bit of a stall going on compared to yesterday.
And we knew it was possible. We knew it can happen, and it just looks like they haven't quite turned those gears just yet this tournament here. But this is the back half now. There's still a couple more opportunities. I'm sure they're taking note round after round, and the biggest problem is Storm Surge Zone 1. That is the one that's chomping away at their heels and all the other HP stuff that they're holding on to. But Donnie gets punished big time here. It hasn't looked very good for Macwood or Donnie today and yesterday. And right now, the big fight coming in from Alis and company here. One of the few teams that are actually taking a battle this early, long before the Surge even starts to warn players. This is a team that's looking to get way ahead here. And Tilted Towers, man, you're here. I mean, this is a no man's land. You can't just stand around here. Teams are going to fight. There's a reason players rotate in here. It just has that reputation for battle.
Yeah, and I mean, rotating from covert over here, just putting yourself in one not necessarily great position to another. I feel like NA East has been a very weird situation as Donnie finds a nice little tag there. Double edit, trying to then replace the wall, finds even better tags on the TK, and this is a very winnable 1v2. If Donnie's going to be able to push forward, has an HP advantage. Here's the Chug Splash go out. Needs to be careful, though, giving them enough time to be able to take this, because the advantage he had is being offset by their use of utility. It's going to be backed up, so just trying to make sure he's up on Surge. But I feel like NA East, with so many teams going Cavern, it kind of just negated the strength of that POI overall, as we see Miro pick up yet another stray Elam in the feed.
And Smite did as well. Mind you, Smite is, of course, fighting their way on up. Smite and Larson staying consistent this game. That is a team that could be a sleeper top 2, top 3, maybe even victors up today, depending on how Miro and Booga play out. Of course, though, we want to continue to see those highlights as they unfold. Booga and Miro now have 2 eliminations, so a full and successful team wipe here. Let's watch how this went down. Miro swings around here. Max material. This fight went quick and easy, it seems like, as they just found the advantageous angle here. They wasted no time to finish it off.
Man, fantastic piece control right there from the TNA player. I mean, Miro just being able to own all of those grid spaces, slamming down the cones, putting down the walls, and then dropping right on top of his partner. And I mean, that's an additional nice little +6 points for them, and they don't have to worry about Surge. Frankly, with being 700 plus damage up or 650 something damage up, they might not have to worry about second Surge either. And with their game plan, it's been, hey, just stay up till late game and things will come. And so far, again, I talked about it, hey, maybe they could do it last game. It's starting to look near impossible with just how good they're playing, Monster. I don't know if anybody can catch them.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher and tougher as the games go on, as they continue to find not only elimination, it's the placement points that are really scary, because they're making multiple end games. It could be, once again, like we said, that runaway train type situation where if another game or 2 goes their way, I mean, that is surely going to be it. They might make it mathematically impossible or insanely ridiculous.
That's when the duo starts looking at it. It's like, all right, guys, we can catch them if we get a 39 elimination victory royale. It's okay. We got this. We got this. You know, as soon as you start putting in numbers in the teens and the 20s plus the VR, you know, you're kind of grasping at straws. Like we can see Crack trying to do on the right-hand side. Him and Owl just trying to get in the box, and looks like he's able to pick up a couple of straws, but then drops them right back down. It was a hot potato, actually, and unfortunately looks like it's going to end up mashed as the Storm Surge pressure just a little bit too much, as PlayFi and Oliver OG trying to find some shots from above.
The same situation for them, though. They found themselves underneath the Storm Surge once again here. It was the same story last game, and again, although they've managed to find a good amount of points, it just hasn't been enough. Great little tags right there, though, from PlayFi as he finds a great angle from above, but still 90 damage below. All of that wasn't enough, and mind you, they have a fresh duo pack right next to them. I mean, both sides are listening to the shots go down. It's only a matter of time before it's all over. Makes you wonder, was it better for them to just take the early box fight immediately, and instead now they waited out? Surge will do the rest here shortly, although the edits come in. He takes a little damage with him on the road there, set back from Magnolia, but still, points is what matters here. Stretch and Commandment on the other side, a top 5 team, one that's much more relevant to the general stake here coming into top game 10.
Right now we got some space, got some time, some players returning shots, but with third zone being revealed, everyone wants to get just a little bit of central, hoping that fourth drops on top of their head. And we're gonna check in with, I mean, you can just start listing accolades, and I think by the time we rotate off the POV, we wouldn't be done. These guys have won so many tournaments, and they're looking to add another notch onto that belt here today. But they're sitting center zone. We know they're sitting pretty on Storm Surge. First round of placement points ends up coming through, so it's +7 for them on the day. And again, Monster, they're in tournament management mode at this point, and you're going to start hearing me talk about that a lot, because they don't have to be going and chasing elims. They don't have to be gaining points. They aren't the ones talking about, like, oh, we need to do X, Y, Z to win. All they have to do to win is hold on. The longer they're up in the lobby, every single one of those placement points that they get, that Spade and Chimp also gets, is a point taken away from them. The pressure is on the duo we are watching right now to chase the game.
Chimp and Spade have to get a lot of eliminations if they want to catch up. They're about, what's that, 10 or so off right now. Yep. You can see how many they've already picked up. They've been extremely active, as they're currently our elimination leaders, you know, as a whole, you know, as a duo. But, you know, if they want to catch up to Boogie and Miro, they're still 10 off the mark at least to closing the gap. Because one thing they cannot make up are the difference in placement points already made. That's the harder one to go ahead and outperform so far, as we've seen Boogie and Miro just stay super consistent.
You can see that Chimp has 28 eliminations by himself, which is more than all but 5 teams combined. So really, that's where they're trying to end up making up the difference there. As we swing on over, Clicks and Day almost had a back-to-back wins to close out yesterday, have 2 victory royales in their back pocket, but we've talked about it. While their highs have been very incredible, their lows have really brought down their average scores, so they need to find a couple more of those really solid games, and clock's ticking against them. Like we said, the pressure is on everyone else to play a little bit of catch-up as we look at kind of this top 5, top 6.
Look at the feed.
Shadow, yeah, Shadow able to pick up a knock there on a Wanted.
Great knock on Tawana if they can get the finish there. I mean, those are points that they absolutely need to continue to claw their way back from that slipping out of 4th place position that we saw. The last 2 games have been generally pretty rough for them. Kind of boiling down to just being solos here. Smite and Larson, though, I would say the most impressive team today as far as teams that are making comeback stories come to life. Larson and Smite, after last game's high placing, then kicking this one off with elimination. There it is. Shadow does get the full finish onto Wanted, so it's a little bit of a comeback for them, but pressure's onto Smite and crew. Fire sets the floor. Big blaze. That's a beautiful play right there. Out come all the armored walls to try to buy themselves some time, and for whatever reason, the lobby decides, hey, these are the guys you need to completely fire in on. Luckily, though, chug splashes will mitigate the flames. Armored walls will stop oncoming fire from at least one side, and this is a situation where having the right loot is just a difference maker.
Yeah, I always find the interesting decision where teams slam down those iron walls on their roof first rather than the wall immediately in front of them, but it ended up providing them with just the ability to only turn into one direction, not worry about what might potentially pop above. So played very well for them there, and we talked about it. They're able to transition into the late game. They made plays every time. The mid game has been traditionally where they struggle, but covering that up today, as you see, Acorn, Kanata looking for a little bit of room here, and they're trying to find some shots there onto Shadow. You can see him and Me Too, not necessarily the best of circumstances when it comes to HB, but somebody who's not in the best of circumstances when it comes to Storm Surge. Check the right-hand side, Monster. Currently, Nico and Polarized thing 97 below.
Not looking hot right now, and again, the fire is setting the stage ablaze here as the floor once again. But Chimp and Spade below the surge, 61 right now. They need to get active. 20 seconds left. 10 players have to go down. Not a lot of heals from what I'm looking at here from Chimp's inventory. Only 2 minis. 4 chili spice splashes here to work with. 10 seconds now. Only now the shots begin to come out from Spade. This is a late game for them.
There's a fight right above them, though, Monster. There's a fight literally going on. There's another Storm Surge fight just 2 layers above them, so they're waiting, trying to maybe take advantage of this, trying to drop somebody down. My eyes are pinned on the right side of the screen right now, because that's the team who has the chance to maybe push Booga and Miro, but we knew that they got early elims, so they're the ones who aren't under this Storm. His Jamper Spade are, and his Jamper on the other side, and Spade gets completely back down. Chimp trying to find some room, but Spade is taken out back to the zone. Storm Surge is going to just be hammering away. No, they were able to get above it, but it cost them Spade, and it cost him so much of his utility.
What's crazy about that, that is second and third place going head-to-head, both exchanging a single player, but luckily Dukes will be able to get saved. This is that little bit of divine luck, not necessarily getting the player to get finished there, so Dukes will be able to bounce back and stay in the game right now. Talk about a close competition on what could have been, honestly, Booga's best dream come true right there. Second and third just eliminating themselves, but there is still hope for Chimp right now, who is trailing behind. Booga and Miro are the box right in front of him. They don't look out to Chimp's direction here as he makes his rotate all the way through.
But Chimp, yes, the short pad in that situation is very helpful, but he had then had to invest so many of his hard mats to just safely end up tarping in, invest one of his 2 iron walls to cover himself. And as a solo, you need everything you can get. He's going to invest a second iron wall there just to make sure he's safe. So Monster, he wants to get into those cascading placement points and have a chance to clutch up, because keeping an eye on the top left, we're not even there yet.
It is so important for him right now to find eliminations, placement points, just everything possible. Squeeze out the lemon right here, get as much juice as possible, because you're not going to have many opportunities to catch up to Booga once he starts to continue to break away. He's already 30 points away, so first place is so far here, especially now as a solo. It looks just more impossible to fight for, and next door is that team that he's so worried about right now. Across from him is the other team he should be worried about, who's on his heels, is Dukes and Jamper. He is just in a pinch, a cross pinch of the teams that matter the most right now.
Neither of them have to move. They have the priority position. You can see just cone peaks coming out from Booga and Miro, actually editing them down, making sure they have a line. You can hear the launch pads being placed out. They're going to high pad, and they have it pinged towards the far side of the zone, so you can tell they want to go maybe not all the way for height, but at least a layer that's up above. They don't want to be all the way on the ground floor, knowing it's going to be incredibly chaotic. They're the ones with the purple rays on the left side of your screen. They're also in the top right. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Chimp, who is the solo in second place, trying to continue his run going through. After that, the next 2 teams who we're looking at are Smite and Larson, and Jamper and Dukes, who are both still up on their feet. You can see Smite and Larson just below the high grounds on the left-hand side of your screen. Still plenty of swinging coming out as those mythic web slingers end up connecting. You can hear the sound all the way, and Chimp looking for some shots. He hears the player on the backside of the wall. This could potentially be play. Opens up the edit, doesn't find anyone, and just gonna have a nice little calm rotate. My eyes are on the bottom right-hand corner now as he's changing levels. If he goes down, this means there's so much room for Booga and Miro.
Might have been caught for a moment, but now Surge is definitely the warning here that's coming through. Too many players have to go down. He is so far below. Chimp needs to continue to find some action here, and he's getting chased for going up to second height, biting off a little more than he can chew there. And there's a 6th place team underneath, and it's OMG me and Shadow. Big rip comes through onto that. That's going to be a huge setback for our 6th place team. But Chimp now is under Surge threshold, 200, 170. He needs to find some tags here. Only 2 more ticks separate him. Big one there, but the counter fire was a little bit stronger, and 3 points get awarded to Shadow and company. On height, though, Kanata and Acorn managed to maintain this position here. They snuck their way on up. This is the 2nd game now. They're on high ground, trying to fight for a victory royale. Day still in this one as well, earning points on the low. Jamper falls to the hands of Booga. Huge elimination there as Booga once again starts cutting down the competition.
Cease going down as well. Tamiro just trying to add up those elimination points, but Cole trying to get a couple of his own. The 166 huge shot there follows it up. Ooh, the edits, and this man's tracking is disgusting. Finds one there. That's the confirmation on the users. No, there's still another player behind him, but he has plenty of extra utility. He just needs time and space. Looking for a little bit now on the backside of the zone. Peterbot right in front of him. Joji up there for another refresh monster.
These are knocks. These are eliminations. These are points that start to matter, especially if the zone does it. So you want to hit those down bodies. Cold, however, hits the wrong wall. There was a team waiting there. One big punt puts them down. Commandment shredded for using the mythic slingers to try and make a rotate there from Acorn and Kanata, who are just a little bit more aware. They are paying so much attention, lower themselves now to get closer to the enemies here. Smite is still alive here, earning points. He is a solo as well. What can we see him do? We've already seen this team just let loose every time they come into endgame. This is one of the better.
Another from Miro.
Look at that. He even pops a mini for 2 HP. Anything matters right now.
Yeah, Miro picking up yet another elim, and I mean, at this point in Booga and Miro, I mean, we might be looking at the W here if they're able to rack off another win and more points. They're one of the few duos who's still up on their feet. They're on the low ground. They have 6 eliminations, 328 Monster. I don't think anybody's even close to 300 at this point, and they're really opening up the gap, trying to put a firm stamp on it. They say trios, solos, duos, it doesn't matter. If we're Booga and Miro, we're winning it all about face. They find yet another elim. Trashy gets cut down, and Booga dips back into the zone. A nice little bounce back will provide him with a little bit of respite here as Bucky and Cam still up on their feet as well. Canada and Acorn trying to range shots in the mound, trying to get a connection. They have plenty of mats, but no ammo. What?
Yeah. They burnt out everything from the high ground, literally down to a pickaxe here on the low ground. Miro and Booga, opposite situation. They have everything that they need. And honestly, this is a game-defining performance here, a tournament-defining performance here at the very end. He managed to make it all the way into the top 5, leaves Booga behind as he gets picked off, but it doesn't matter. The real story is how he is continuing to earn placement points here as he breaks into top 3. I can't believe Miro and Booga have just done this consistently all day, just being the best team so far. But Crunchy and Pure on the low ground, Acorn and Kanata on the height. I mean, they're still fighting for more placement. There's still plenty of room for other teams to rocket their way on up and earn some money here.
Miro looking for a nice little layer of change there, but invests about half of his mats to not quite get it, trying to find the cone jump to get up, but instead has to cover himself with a floor and a cone to make sure Acorn can't get some pressure, trying to find a 1v1, finds a nice little trade, but he gets a decent amount of shield. They're still in the zone, trying to find the spray, taking the straight up fight against Acorn, winning the trade so far, swaps the pickaxe, gets the 24, but gets taken down. However, another top 3 performance for our leaders, and I mean, we see 3rd place. They're nearly 100 points behind him at this point. That might be all she wrote, so we could be looking at a battle here for 2nd from here on out. But right now, in game number 10, we got Pure and Country going up against one of the veterans with Acorn backing up, kind of up on the high ground. Acorn trying to put the shots down and close the layer. What they're going to end up doing, Acorn's going to get sent down to fight the 1v2. He has lower HP, so he needs to make sure he either goes down to the zone or he's able to trade out damage. Those are his 2 choices, and instead, he's just going to run back, make sure nobody gets siphoned, and hope that Kanata has the HP, and he's got the med biz. This should be a dub monster.
Not really. Crunchy did have a couple splashes, though, so it could come down to, but no, it doesn't look like Crunchy did have enough to maintain. Instead, Kanata says, nah, I don't want to leave it to the end game. I'm going to go for the siphon and the elimination. He gets it there in flash. 3rd place now. He jumps up to 3rd place. Not bad for a team that was outside of the top 10 coming into today.
Yeah, that's going to help them a ton there, and a great veteran presence of mind to drop down, find the other opponent, and pick up the elimination points to go with it, securing himself the additional +3, because every single point is going to end up mattering. Here's some highlights from the duo themselves, but I mean, Monster, the story at this point is Booga and Miro, they might have won it already, right? Like, just based on how consistent they played, unless something catastrophic happens to them. This has been one of the more complete weekends of Fortnite we've seen from them in a while.
At this point, if anyone wants the #1 spot, they have to land on Miro and Booga and take them out the gate here. They cannot afford to allow this team to earn any more points. They are currently 70 points ahead of 3rd place. If the numbers there were accurate, which they pretty much have been throughout the day, so they have a nice lead there, Sundown.
Yeah, and we're going to check out how nice that lead is with 2 matches left to go. We'll kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, what you got?
Thank you, fellas. That could be the one, guys. That could be the game changer for the entirety of FNCS finals right there. We saw there that, despite Kanada valiantly, again, we saw the stat earlier on. Every single FNCS, Kanada manages to get a victory royale in some capacity. The guy's unstoppable. But we saw with Booga and Miro there that when Chimp loses Spade early on, ironically, Booga taking out Jamper as well, who are currently, I think, in 3rd position going into this. I mean, this could be the game 10 for these guys, Vivid. That could be the one that changes everything.
Yeah, best case scenario this game for Booga and Miro. We saw Chimp and Spade versus Dukes and Jamper actually on the north side of that 4th zone as the half and half came in, and it ended up putting both of them in kind of a shambles position. And Booga and Miro, they're not even worried about what's happening on with the rest of the competition. They just ran ahead, with this game as a duo for most of it, and then Miro in the end there, clutching up. They always clutch up as a solo. A couple more placement points, and just like every other game, does it here as well as he goes for that elimination on Acorn, who lived with must have been like 1 health, so that was very, very close, but still picked up plenty of points to increase that lead.
Yeah, that was so close. Miro almost did just that little much more. But you're right, Vivid. It is like every single game, it's just like an extra 3, 5, 10 placements by one of them. And it's literally every game they're playing so well as a duo and they're perfectly playing the end game. And then just like, what's another third place? It's no big deal.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just third. Meh, third schmurd. But do you know what? You're right. The consistency again is just unreal. But we must talk about Canada and Acorn for a second here, because I want to take the spotlight back on these guys, because yesterday we didn't see too much from them both. Today we've seen, I think, 3 times now, pushing for height, taking it, claiming it. A victory royale. I mean, these guys are. I mean, I guess in hindsight they wish they could go back to yesterday and think, why don't we just do height from the get-go? What were we thinking, guys?
Yeah, I think they figured it out. We've seen them alive now 3 times in the end game. Unfortunately, last game, the previous one, the one we just watched, they went down early. They were separated a little bit, but every other game that they've made it to the end game, they have been on the high ground. I think they have figured out the formula. They've kind of figured out the way that these lobbies are figuring out. But right there, though, we did see a little bit of a slip up as they had like no ammo on the high ground. He was running around with a pickaxe looking for anything. So a little bit better at managing, and they can definitely run away with this.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I thought going into this. Acorn Kanata typically understand those different high ground plays. Now it's finally coming out. Might be too late, though.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the leaderboards anyway and see exactly how the points have changed after the last game. And then we can see, wow, Miro and Booga go into 336 points. They're looking at around almost a 60-point lead there on Spade and Chimp there. But similar eliminations. But placement points with it, I mean, 201 to 140, huge difference.
Yeah, just increasing that gap ever so slightly every single game. Acorn and Kanata with that right there, that victory royale puts them at 2. They're going to be finding themselves in top 3 SPG.
Yeah, and it just looks like everything else besides the top 2 on the leaderboards is up for grabs. That's been moving around a bunch over the past few games, but Miro, Booga, Spade, Chimp, they've been locking it down for those top 2 spots.
Indeed, yeah. Unless something catastrophic happens with Miro and Booga in this next game, which is totally possible, and Chimp and Spade come through, or team in 3rd place as well, I think it looks like we're looking at who's going to come 2nd or 3rd. That's the big one right now. But let's head over to Sundown MDF. We've got another big game coming your way. And this is game 11 now of our 12, which is mighty exciting. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 2 more matches left to go before the Axe of Champions are given out. And right now, it looks like it's going right back on over to Booga and Miro Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're seeing is a team that's hard to compete with here, a team that has a full draw spot to themselves in a well-planned-out route. And it's just all coming together game after game. So unless a team honestly goes head-to-head against them, which is going to be tough to do when they're that situated, I mean, this tournament's over for everyone else.
Yeah, and while there is still plenty to play for in terms of different prize money coming out for the placements and everything, but first potentially being on the table, there is still a chance. It's not completely out of the question. We have seen a couple of little early hiccups with Booga potentially getting picked off on some of those longer bus passes. But as the saying goes, so you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, it's a really, really small one.
It's a slim chance. We called it grasping at straws earlier, but hold up. Sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's hop on into game number 11.
Grasping at straws and hoping you don't catch that hot potato. We're mixing metaphors, and we talked about it. Hey, maybe there's some unfortunate bus pass or something, but even then, looks like we're getting one of those as we split the island from southwest to northeast, and we get a nice favorable chonkers drop there. And of course, we're going to tune into that very early fight over at Greasy, and Agers is going to win the drop this time. Nounsy trying to do everything he can to just run away, create a little bit of space, hits the bushes, but that's not going to be enough. Rise will pick up Sprite, and we'll go to 6-5, Monster.
I was going to say, at this point, we might be beating the dead horse, but no. Finally, Aegis and Rise managed to at least come out on top. So a little different story potentially to unfold here. Now, my real question is how fired up are Rise and Aegis, right? You sit out a couple games, very long games, several hours, in fact, and Then you have to jump back in and make do with the situation. So it is going to be a close one in the feed, though. Muzz already takes out Macwood. Seems like they finish up this full duo here. Another early game battle for Covert Cavern. Muzz getting all the dancing on that he can while he's still alive. Another team that also just hasn't had much success off the elimination rip. So seems like the coin flip finally going in other directions this time around, landing on the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see all of these teams. We talked about how Covert Cavern has been so strong. I mean, we saw it in EU, what it was able to do, but with so much pressure and so many duos around it in NA, Nova's been able to lead there very quickly. So now we're going to swing on over here. Shadow, Me Too, another fight just outside of Greasy. And Fable Taco and Jackson, we've been seeing this fight happen a lot over the past 2 days. It's been relatively favored towards RMG, Me Too, and Shadow. However, today I feel like Jackson and Fable Taco have been able to put a little bit of the pressure back, and the Rift is actually going to get taken. The rotation's going to come out, and some distance is going to be put away. So disengage this time.
Very important tags right there as well. Ones that are going to keep this team from having to worry about the surge a little later. But they've slipped down from 4th on the day down to 9th place. That's off the back of those 2 times they were eliminated a little early. Here's the Yamza and DJ, one of our few teams that hold a prestigious victory royale already. Looks like they caught a couple eliminations. The real question is, was that on to Knifer and Baila for the Llama split drop? Because it seems like they're going back to old Trusty here.
Yes, it was, and they were taken out, so they'll have one more game to try and put their stamp on it, but Zone drops right on top, well, not right on top of, but fairly on top of Booga and Miro. They're going to start their min-maxing out, make sure they get up as much of the metal as possible, hit all of these chests, get all the weaponry, and I mean, it just shows how strong Chonkers is. I think you touched on it early in the game. While there is a decent amount of metal on the map, it gets farmed out and valued so quickly that trying to go and refarm it is so incredibly difficult. Take a look at another one of those early fights that we've talked about, Playify and Oliver OG going down with one, and it looks like they might actually opt to just disengage.
Yeah, find a lot more southern than usual. Typically, we see them up a little bit more north fighting those other teams where you saw yesterday where Bucky and Cam would rotate on into the coast there and get their hands into the action. This time around, though, moving a bit faster to the south. That's a clash that we expect. For Chimp and Spade, though, no one in sight, but also very far off from one another, so you hope to see Spade in another comfortable part of the map without anyone nearby. Otherwise, it could be pretty bad for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't think that's his teammate who's out in front of him, getting a couple tags there, but his teammate isn't even remotely on the screen. Like, we don't even see a little dot for him there, so got to keep an eye on it. As we'll check in with some of our other teams currently top of the screen, we have Chimp and Spade, who are in second, bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Acorn and Kanata, who are in third. And on the right-hand side of the screen, Dukes and Jamper, who are in fourth. And even then, Monster, there's a pretty significant gap between each one of these teams. Like, it's a drop in about 16 points, then a drop in another 10 points. So you can see just the separation that's been caused up at the top.
Yeah, the gap is really starting to open up. And my gosh, you're looking at Tilted Towers. There, get ready to take your ones in the middle of Tilted Tower. Tons of extras sitting around, and they don't even look to pile up the big pots or bring them with them. They just leave them there. Like, that's all.
Hide them. What are you doing? That frustrates me a ton, because there's one thing that Fortnite players as a whole and Battle Royale in general, right, is resource denial. And there's some teams like, hey, if you don't have the space to carry an extra chug splash, just go throw it at a tree, throw it at a wall or whatever, so one of these teammates doesn't end up having it. Now, if you're baiting somebody to run towards one of those big pots, which we've seen before, that's totally fine. But just leaving them out there is just offering somebody else to come by and pick up a full 3 stack of shield pots. And while it might not be the most slot efficient thing to be carrying, it's not bad.
No, not bad at all by any means for teams that are especially desperate, because that's usually what happens when you're rotating through a POI like that. You're looking to fill out your loadout, fill out your slots. So look at this. Move on over to the coast here. Double AR opener, switch over to the next target, and that's a beautifully timed tag right there. Another one as well. That's a shield crack off the Serbski.
Appreciate
Now
the
comes the
follow,
full
Gabe.
push here. It's
Am
not
I
looking
saying
good
it
for
right,
Flood and
Brody?
Serb right now, who have to fight up against a confident Day who knows they've already taken shields, but they can hear the keg is down.
Shield cake down. Also, iron wall slam, but they put it again. One up on the ceiling, one up on the side. So that means you should be fighting from one angle. But Serbsky backing up out of that box is gonna give Day a really good angle to actually range shot into him. So leaving the protection of those iron walls, not necessarily getting the best advantage, but Clicks takes a couple of shots while he's caught with his build out. So no return. However, Day just going to work. He's gonna be able to pick up Flood there, isolate him out, get the damage over the top, get the siphon as well, and then he should be looking to group right up with Click so they can take this 1v2 confidently onto Serbsky, and didn't even need it. Click says, I'll handle my ones, you get yours.
That was such a Clicks thing to do as well, be in such a dangerous position, but you know what? He edits 4 walls before you can even blink and realize what happened, and he just slips his way all the way through to low ground. There's a couple players that can edit fast enough to take fall damage. I believe Clicks is probably one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a little bit going back to that All-Star Invitational. I believe that was the blueprint battles going through, or the high tier, depending on which one that was there. You did have the opportunity to do a little bit of both there, but the edits coming out aren't going to save Nani as Bucky pushes right down through there. You can see Nico and Polarize also getting Elin themselves. Nick goes down in the feed. Bucky continuing to range shots from above, but Nico hits nearly every bullet from his MK7 there. Great recoil control as Bucky is going to have to slam a cone over his head and invest a little bit here into the excess shields.
I like this. Bucky and Cam need a lot of points here, right? They were inside the top 20. They had an issue with Surge leading in later in the last game. So this time around, they're saying, hey, you know what? You're in our drop. We're going to fight you for it. They're going to defend it instead of being a bit more passive and backing out. Here's a look at Polarize and Nico and how that all went down. Big shots being exchanged there. You can see how they end up finding their pickup. But these battles are going to matter. Look at this. We're watching a different rotate that we haven't seen just yet from Booga and Miro here. Instead, this time around, they go to the Condo Canyon. We talked about how when the zone lands on top of you, your strategy will change. This is one of those changes in strategy where they start to mix things up. They end up finding the tag there. It's very important that they do because they are not contested. They don't have many other opportunities to get surge tags.
Yeah, as long as they're able to get surge tags and that kind of go through their game plan checklist, they should be fine. If they're not under threat from Storm Surge, they're both good enough players to be able to rotate, find the space. They don't mistime their rotations, and it's part of the reason why not only are they on top in terms of eliminations, but they are blowing out the rest of the competition when it comes to placement points. It's because they're making every single one of these mid games right now. So we get a little look at the map here. The zone number 3 will be revealed, and we're going pretty much right in the middle of the map here, Monster.
Yeah, going right back north where we started. And one more thing to touch on, Booga and Miro's strategy. They're one of the only teams we're watching save their vehicle for the late and mid-game rotates. They're taking that chonkers, buffed car as far as possible into those games. And that's another reason why they're able to gun their way to those big positions.
Yeah, being able to get those chonkers out Whiplash is so incredible, but Fatch caught way over peaking, and just a sign of Rooney finding some amazing shots there. And it looks like Pamstow's trying to get out of dodge, but gets caught there. Just instead of Rooney and Arnstar. Great push, being able to take advantage of the angle. We talked about this. If you are going to box up your vehicle, have to have an exit strategy immediately. Unfortunately, they parked that one a little too tightly in the garage and couldn't get out without dinging the side mirror.
That's one of those things right there where looking back at it, they're thinking we should have turned the vehicle, should have aimed it at an exit wall. Instead, it was at a near indestructible, obstacle in front of them. And that is what happens when you're not completely prepared for every type of situation. Right there, you saw the Beef falls on over to Jamper and Dukes right now, who have managed to make their way into Coney Crossroad, looking outwards to try to catch any stragglers that they can. Mind you, this is the team that has been struggling with Storm Surge for the last couple of games here today.
Right now, though, trying to find some shots in here. And it was interesting, too, because we were praising them yesterday, how every single time they picked a target, they had 2 MK7s on it, and they were just raining shots down. And even though they weren't finding elims, they're always a couple hundred above Surge. And it just hasn't been the circumstance today. And I don't know whether it's one of them opting into a Ranger. They aren't necessarily getting the positioning they want, but it's going to be something that I'm definitely going to go back and VOD review, because it's been a big part of the reason that Booga and Miro have been able to just capitalize on the amount of space there, because they've been the ones who haven't been under storm surge pressure, whereas this team yesterday, who was doing phenomenal with it, just wasn't necessarily finding the same type of success. And right now we see right-hand side 258 below. That's the original line for the teams who are all the way underneath. It updates, and Spade and Chimp, they're doing fine as they hang out in the long grass and look for a little bit of an ambush themselves.
Now looking at Kanata and Acorn, Kanata steps up and gets hit several times, and instead of changing position, he picks the same exact corner right there. You see what happens when you make that re-peek from the same angle. A little too comfortable with the fact that they have tons of heals inside the box. So now it looks like they went back to go ahead and pick up all that loot. Maybe they heard you talking in the back of their minds, thinking, yeah, you know, maybe we should go pick up this loot, bring it with us. And they do just that. They bring it on up to the base, into the box. On over to D-Roller and Trashy, who are 177 damage below. Very pivotal moment right now that they find these tags, and they did not. So decision. Do you push? I mean, you kind of have to. They do have a vehicle.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space here, and with 166 below, 50 seconds on the clock, you can go with rifle tags. The problem is, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, nobody is close to them. So if you don't get those rifle tags, you're just kind of stranded, right? You don't really get a lot of other options, and then you're forced to really start kind of digging in the utility, and here it goes. And this is what we talk about, man, just like park your car going straight out there. They will be able to get around the side. Couple seconds delay towards the side, and now here they go, heading straight towards it. Generally, you don't want to head straight towards a fight, but nobody was looking at them, so wasn't able to get the line. D-Roller going to go up, take the high ground, trying to isolate somebody out, but not finding targets in that time. Keeps ticking, and instead finds two players in a bush. A couple of huge tags, but not sure if we'd be able to get them quite above. We're going to wait for the update on the right-hand side. And looks like other people are getting tags as well, as they're falling farther below, despite getting tags in other places. Does get a knock there on the other side, but it looks like that was almost immediately picked up. And no, it wasn't a full knock. Now we'll just find the full knock, but the player was so low that it wasn't enough damage to put them above. They're still below. They'll open up. There's two other duos. Now there's one above. Shots coming from the side, and Monster, this is so tense.
This is so insane, because every team here, it looks like they need to find tags, and that's DJ and Yamza who are lurking behind there in the bush, making it a little bit more difficult for D-Roller and Trashy, who, again, gave up that high ground desperately to come down and find some tags. And look at this. They were 90 above, now 1 above. As things start to slip down and players get a little bit more active, there's a team under fire here. It's Cracked and Owl on the right, one of the few that do have that pressure. On the left, though, you see that Trashy and D-Roller holding on by a slither, as only 3 more players have to fall here.
Yeah, you can see that on the right-hand side, just below, trying to find the shots, trying to sneak a sniper headshot in there. It would have been enough to put it over, but unfortunately, Crack doesn't get it. But it down, Monster, it down is huge in that circumstance, but they get cleaned up, so it's just a little too late. Threats and users will be able to outlast that one. They'll also pick up the additional 6 points, and unfortunately, Trash and D-Roller currently sitting in 8th place, still 9 below here.
Yeah, this is the real problem, is that they were one of the 2 teams, and another team does have to fall here unless they can find the tags, and luckily a player does fall in that brief moment there. And you know what? They have so many heals to work with because of the loot that was sitting here inside the base that it is going to be A-okay. Very rarely do we see a team come back like this, but no, a solo was sitting nearby. It was 20, and his teammates down the box. He gets the full finish. In comes the next play, but 20 just had more inside the ammunition. That was almost all over. Luckily, D-Roller does manage to clutch up here, but it's going to cost him so much.
Yeah, great timing there from 20 to drop down, hearing the big pot go off, knowing the player would be tied in the action, and now we'll get a replay of some of the action we missed during the storm surge, and we'll see which teams ended up being impacted here, as Redux had a car just come straight on, and it actually looks like he hopped into that car. So nice little micro play from him there, but unfortunately ends up getting taken down. Paper and Nosh pushing forward. They're going to find a pair themselves, able to get that knock, box it up, and then get the confirm. So it's going to feel pretty good as it puts them up above. And then as Nosh ends up getting edited down, going to find the second, just barely trading it out.
Here goes the full finishes. Just have to catch up here. Man, that was a crazy set of engagements there, set of exchanges. A lot of teams falling naturally. Expected to happen. A few more fall. A lot lower. D-Roller stepping back into the storm here. Dipping into the city to go ahead and pick up Trashy. So they're back in the game. Now, mind you, there was plenty, and we mean plenty, of heals. But, uh-oh. This is a 5-tick. Oh, it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
looking good. It's
No,
not
this-
looking good.
This is gonna get real rough real fast. They have 10 seconds to make it into the zone, and even with the chonkers at Whiplash, the one chili chug splash is gonna buy them an additional 4 seconds, but shots are already coming in. Trying to get it, but Smite and Larson have a direct line. Med miss from D-Roller. While Trashy continues driving through, 1 HP in a dream. They're gonna get the metal builds up immediately. I think Trashy might have gotten knocked. Yep, there it is there as the update ends up coming through, but D-Roller will end up getting in the zone. However, the reason he ended up dipping back in was to reboot Trashy, so a little bit of tough math there to decide if you ended up getting a net gain in that regard to Smite and Larson with a nice little +3, and they know there's a solo right there.
They know he's weak as well, but they do know that's the player that at least has all the loot. As they can see from Trashy's loot, just a pistol drop. He didn't get much. He came down flying and tried to get as close to the zone as possible before getting picked up in the ride.
Take a look now. It's Cold and Scented picking up a couple of elims here, trying to get themselves back in the conversation with 2 games left. They're up into the top 10. A little bit of a slow start yesterday, but you know what they talk about momentum. Once you get that ball rolling downhill, it doesn't gather a lot of moss. Instead, just picking up points, getting bigger and bigger as they continue rolling and operating on the low ground where they like to be a nice little expanded base around them. But I was just about to ask, how are our leaders doing? And the question is, 267 above in the second surge with 0 elim. So their storm surge routes are primed.
Nothing to worry about right now. Not this game, probably not for any of the next ones as well, as they're getting themselves one step closer to an FNCS championship title here on the new chapter. Going to be one of the first to do it on NAEs, but question remains if they can continue to stay consistent. For Smite, though, he's the clutch master here, finds D-Roller, the solo. Loses Larson, though, unfortunately, because the lobby starts to look inwards. And now, although he is safe inside the zone, he's just 100 damage above here. It seems like the team next door is desperate for tags as well. Have to be cautious that they don't just come pushing on in. Look at the loadout here. This is a big loadout for a player like Smite. Smite can do a lot with this.
Yeah, it does have the 7 minis there. Would hopefully like to find some chug splashes or a med miss, something to allow him to play in the zone so he has a little bit of room for error, but instead going to be relying on the legendary and the mythic loadout on that side, very up close and personal. A little bit lucky for him as he does pull a relatively close zone. He should be able to only use one of those web slingers to be able to get in. Renegade can see clicks, bottom right hand side of the screen, trying to find a little bit of space here. Wants to get the revive on today. And it will go off. He has the time. He should be able to stick it. Zone isn't going to start rotating for another 30 seconds. They have plenty of excess shields, but I don't see any white HP in his loadout. Not sure if there's some in days, so we're going to swing on over to Dukes and Jamper. And one thing, Monster, that's in common with all of these teams we looked at, they're all on the top of the leaderboard, and they're all under a ton of pressure, except our current leaders, who are big chilling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a difference in positioning right now and overall tournament play. We did see Shadow in the perspective there too, so he is somewhere alive nearby Dukes and Jamper. But on screen though, Nets is well below the surge here. The one solo that is below the surge. Players are listening to this go down. False alarms here from the side. Nets though grabs the wall. Hold up. Okay. Locks up a player. Finds himself 3 points. Takes a launch pad and out he goes. It's just enough to stay alive. So fighting for his right now. On the other side, Dukes and Jamper doing what they can to just go ahead and keep a low profile, not attract attention here.
We also saw doing that little exchange. Spade ended up picking up an elim in the feed. Currently up on the high ground. Avery and Muzz, who've been quiet today, making it out of covert though. Quickly, we've talked about how so many duos are there. If they're able to kind of get running, get some points on the board, they might be able to leapfrog. But on our right-hand side, Monster, we've talked about it maybe being a chance, maybe being clutched up. We've looked at the exchange of points as we looked at the total points going through. If Booga and Miro pick up any amount of significant points here, it's over. It's done unless there is an absolute record-breaking performance. We could be looking at the Axe of Champions being handed out right now because they are leading in elims, they're leading in placement points, and they're just leading in overall style when it comes to how they've been playing this entire weekend here in the FNCS Finals for NA East.
Lot of review-worthy gameplay so far. By far the best team.
We must review this.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to update that. You being photo there, but hold up. Let's see it. This is a run into the zone right now to try to get ahead, possibly look for the pad in, but Chip and Spade on the other side. 250 above the surge here. Zone starting to pull, favor to their general location here. Plenty of mats to work with as well. Here's a team that can still get up there on the standings. Don't count him out just yet. Smite as well. Whoa, he's alive here. Flying his way across the map right now, just trying to stay in the runs. One more team falls, Smite will earn some placement points and then continue to earn placement points all the way through the very end. The Spade and Chip is on the very backside of the rotate right now. Chip almost close to sitting inside the storm line, but does sneak his way around, but no, Spade gets lost on the edge there. Now, Chip left as a solo here to play this one out. Pressure. Things just got a lot more difficult for him on high ground. Kanata and Acorn trying to go for the back-to-backs right now. Can they get another win is what they're playing for here.
They're trying to push themselves into the conversation. That's on the left side of your screen, but Booga and Miro are still up, still hip to hip. Miro's taking a bunch of damage, so you can see that. Smite still solo, still running through. He picked up an Elam onto Pledge to get him a very key refresh. However, he's only on wood builds. That's in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to zoom in. He tries to put the heavy shotgun to work. Skeet shooting, but not going to find those clay pigeons in the sky, not getting the tags he needs. As we still keep an eye on the top left-hand corner, Acorn and Kanata have been pushed out from the high ground. It's Qua and Magnolia who are going to take it away, and they're raining shots down, but no eliminations for them. They need to start picking them up if they want to rocket up that leaderboard and get a little bit higher in that placement. But I mean, Monster, we got to focus on it, because this could be the W right here as they're into the cascading placement points. Another top 20 performance. Miro, though, no excess shields, no excess white HP, minus that pepper, which he just popped, and they're running low on builds.
At this point, just give him a little moment. He might just find the siphon. They've managed to play out of their minds absurdly all the day here on high ground. It's a little battle going down, but Quan Magnolia don't have much heals to work with, so I don't know what they're thinking there, as they also don't even have ammo to work with. But Chip as well is in a much different position here. He has to fall to low ground or sit in the storm and tank it out. Does it bounce back is the question. This is what he's hoping happens. It does, so he will be able to see just A-okay as things get a little bit closer. One more tick is all he's got here. Out he goes. Nicely done there. If that would have went any other way, that would have been game and Raptor. Instead, he gets to stay alive and earn a little bit more. These heals, very important. Smite's still alive. Smite is still alive here. In the low ground, he's fighting. He takes out Day 2 and Oliver OG. Smite is going crazy here. Talk about a player who is clutching up to earn big points. Stay close inside this competition. That's Smite for you today. Chip doing the same thing, though, is now he's got his second elimination here for the team. So far, so good. But now, out of builds, what can they do here?
Yeah, but look who's still up on his feet. Booga might be down, but we talked about it. You eliminate one, you have to deal with the others. He drops in another 4 points over. He'll get taken out, but a top 6 performance from Booga and Miro. It has to feel like it's been enough, unless something ridiculous happens in game 12. They've played an absurd performance, but right now, trying to push themselves in contention for that second place spot. We have 6 and 8 still up. Commodore and Stretch pushing down. That's the Onzo getting cleaned up, but Stretch also gets picked up. So now it's Commodore trying to push his way through, looking for a little bit of space over towards the front side of the zone, but he is on absolute low. Gonna slam down the iron wall, trying to play some footsie around the outside, but the zone cuts off the space. He's able to tap and dance, and his number gets cut short. As Cold and Sent to continue to try and rain shots down. We have a 2v1, v2, and that'll get picked up as Playify goes down, and now it's Elite and Tabney versus Scented and Cold. 2v2, match 11 here, Monster.
Definitely right now. 10 eliminations on a low ground. Big game for Tabney. But hold up. Fight going up top. Looks like Tef pushes up a little too soon. And Cold melts him. 2 pieces there. Scented now with a follow-up. Here comes the full finish. Scented gets it. Nicely done. He leaves the body, though. Doesn't go for the siphon. So it's all or nothing right now. Big risk coming through his Tabney. Sneaking by. Also comes in. There goes the down body. But Scented was quick and so was Cold. And in they come for the elimination and the victory royale.
Great presence of mind there from Cold to keep up the pressure, but we saw so many of the top duos continue to drop, but who yet again claims another top 10 performance, top 6, a couple of elims to him. Miro and Booga, I think it's done, Monster. I think unless something utterly ridiculous happens. We'll take a look here. Scented and Cold pick up their victory royale with, I believe, 6 eliminations when all is said and done. But I mean, I think we're going to be giving those axes right on back to Booga and Miro.
Yeah, right now, that is the story. That's what it's looking like here, guys. Now, the only thing that can change this up is if Booga and Miro manage to get taken out very, very early, and the second and third place teams who have been keeping up with the pace, they're just a game behind, but that game has not been let up by Boogie and Miro just yet, so, you know, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and that game is going to need to be a victory royale in a bunch of eliminations. But rather than have us speculate, let's kick it on over the desk. They'll break down the scenarios, the leaderboard, and what we got. Gents, take it away.
Excellent, fellas. Thank you so much. Obviously, cold incentive there. They came, I think, game 8 today. 10 eliminations came second. Now the victory royale in game 11 with 6 eliminations. Their performance today, Vivid, has been stellar.
Yeah, they've really shown up today. You know, not a solid, really anything before this day during this FNCS. We expected so much more out of Sentinel and Cold, and finally on day number 2, I feel like we are getting what we expected. They are playing so well today, and going into this last game, they are really putting a fight up for a high place in FNCS, and I am all for it. This is adding so much storyline to this FNCS as we close it up here, and I am just so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, we were talking about it. They still have a really good shot at top 5 after being nowhere near the top of the leaderboard heading into today. And you love to see this comeback, the story of Scented and Cold. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they were one of the best duos before FNCS and then really seemed to stumble during this FNCS, but now coming on strong really late. And unfortunately, it's going to be a little short of Uga and Miro, but ultimately, that's still a huge change of prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Sundown MDF alluded to it as well. You know, Booger and Miro, it looks like it's a done deal at this point. We'll look at the leaderboards in a second here, but again, Viv, SPG, the 1-2 combination of these two just seems unstoppable right now. And the fact that they don't seem to be challenged really at the top of the table right now. It's been consistently the entirety of today. They went to the top position yesterday after game 6, and they've retained it all day long here, Vivid. What's been the defining factor for you? Why are these guys at the top right now comparatively to anybody else in this lobby?
They've been basically impossible to take out before the top 10. And we know that once you get into that top 10, it's just so many placement points, and that's where their consistency is coming from. We saw Booga right there go down in the end game, right? And we were sitting backstage, and I was like, oh, there goes Booga. And then, you know, SPG was joking, yeah, but Miro's still alive. And sure enough, you know, he finds another elimination, and it's just crazy how solo, they just do it again and again.
Yeah, it's incredible. And just the mid-ground play, forcing everyone off their lair. They own literally whatever they want in this lobby. It is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I mean, let's have a look at the leaderboard right now as it stands after game 11 with 1 game left for NAE to go. That is game 12 coming your way. But as you can see right now, this is how it stands. Miro and Booga retain top spot. They are currently 69 points in the lead right now. Unless something crazy happens, like a team decides to contest them at Chonkers and change things up completely, can Spade and Chimp catch up here, Vivid?
Yeah, I mean, listen, 69 points behind. We know that a victory royale gives 32. That would have to be a victory royale with like 10 plus eliminations. I just don't see that happening. But hey, anything is possible. And we've talked a little bit about how this top 5 is just so close. Look at this. 8th place, we have a Dan Clicks with 254. And then in 4th place, we have Acorn and Kanata 273. Really only a 19-point difference separates 8th and 4th right now. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And everyone's essentially playing for second place here. You know, when someone comes in like Miro and Booga just on fire, you got to tip your cap, but you still got to do the best that you can. And anyone on this page, I'd say from 8th to 2nd, like you said, Vivid, can make that play for that 2nd spot and really take over. This is going to be a close final battle here for these last few spots.
I mean, lads, all it's going to take, and it's totally possible here, is that Booga and Miro get 0 points, nothing at all in this next game, and then Chimp and Spade get 13 eliminations and a victory royale. I mean, Vivid, we're not asking too much here.
No, not at all, you know. But then, I don't know, that's just so hard to do. And we've seen them get plenty of elimination. You know, Chimp and Spade right now do have the 2nd most eliminations, but guess who they are behind? Booga and Miro, they have the most eliminations. So how are you going to take these guys out early in the endgame? It's just not possible. They're just so well-rounded.
Yeah, I don't know what's more likely, Booga and Miro getting a 0-point game or someone getting a 13 elim victory royale, because both seem very unlikely at this point.
Hey, But FNCS Finals, you know, we always say, boys, anything is possible, okay? Destiny would do its thing, all right? For you guys at home, though, do let us know if Booga and Mira are going to go all the way. So let us know who you think is going to come second, third, perhaps as well, because it's so tight, as we just saw there as well. You know, there's so many teams in contention, and every single one of those places, there's a big difference in prize pool earnings as well. So let us know. It's all to play for all of our teams in that top 10. Let's have a look at our Game 12 right now, because the action awaits us. The very last game of FNCS Finals here at NAE this season, Chapter 3, Season 1. Let's head over to MDF and a Sundown. Fellas, bring it home. Let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more match to go, Monster. If you were reading a novel, going and seeing a movie, all that, as far as I'm concerned, the big action scene has happened. We've seen the climax. We know how this all plays out. But what's left after that is the denouement, the falling action. Who places second? Who's able to just edge out an opponent for a bigger paycheck? That's what's on the line here in Game 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Life-changing opportunity on the line for players like Smite and Larson, Spade and Chip, Acorn, Kanata. There's so many that are really in contention for second and third place. I mean, the list goes on to about top 10 or so, and there's a lot of new faces in there that would love to take home any of these top-seeded spots. We're talking about so much tournament prizing that's on the line here.
Yeah, and there's all the clout and the notoriety that ends up coming with it, NAE's being one of the largest and most competitive regions going through. But the stakes are on the table. Now we'll see who will clear it away in cash out as we head in to match number 12.
It's been a long road to the FNCS Finals, but here we are. The final game of NA East is underway here. Game number 12 in the last time today. For the last time NA East today, players get to take to the Fortnite world. On screen, you're watching what will be your FNCS champions Miro and Booga take to the world. Their drop spot chonkers. Speedway has just done them so well today, but more importantly, the strategy that they've managed to put into play has been review worthy. We've talked about you can learn so much from players that excel the way they have.
Yeah, the one thing I will note here is the one time they had a little bit of difficulty yesterday was on a very long bus path like this, where they had to fly farther, and the team who landed at Rocky was able to grab an MK7 and then shoot Booga out of the air. However, that quote-unquote struggle still ended up being one of their stronger games. So just noting the impact the bus path can have on the overall game as Booga checks his surroundings, tries to figure out where people are so he can rotate on in. And we'll just kind of get a look at their loot path as no one is anywhere remotely near them. And we'll flip on over to the other side, and when all is said and done over at the Grove, Rise and Agers will just barely edge out Nouns and Sprite 7-5. That was pretty close, Monster.
Yeah, at least they get to come out on top in the final game here. But overall, they threw away what could have been their tournament, all due to losing those 3 early game takeouts. But not to mention, last game we talked about how, you know, being out of the competition for those first couple games will offset you. You'll be cooled down. You don't have the hot fingers, and they pretty much weren't able to do much. They slipped even further down the rankings. So now they're in top 17. Can they pop off this game and reach a top 10? It's possible.
Yeah, so if you are watching at home, you're probably wondering, what do I care about as a viewer? Well, if Chimp and Spade go down, Booga and Miro win. If Booga and Miro get a point, Booga and Miro win. Honestly, in 99.99999% of circumstances, Booga and Miro get the FNCS win. The only way that doesn't end up happening if the Spade and Chimp have a monstrous, and I mean monstrous, record-breaking game so far here in the duos and end up winning it, and Booga and Miro go down. So that means unless you see their names in the top left-hand corner, either way, we're going to start to focus on what all the other duos need to do in order to kind of get ahead of the people who are immediately near them. We'll take a look because Reciprocal and 20 have put down a decent amount of pressure here, and oh, I love that, hopping in his own boat, not letting him even remotely think about getting away.
Yeah, there's no way you're escaping that. And to your point, yes, it has been a Booga and Miro kind of weekend. The broadcast has had them on stage so many times today. Now it's time to highlight those other players that are fighting for the big tournament money and prizing as well. There's still loads to be earned here for R-Star and Cinnaruni. They're going to be our early game news right now. Little fights here to keep us nice and busy as we start to get to that end game. Nice job for Cinnaruni there, putting one of the first victors First big Elans that we've seen from him on the day here. Okay, take home your little highlights. Nicely done there as he grabs up Flood there. On the other side, though, looks like OMG Me Too gets caught in the crossfire here up against Jackson and Fable Taco. We've seen this fight go down the last 2 rounds, and they were on top. This time, they finally get exchanged on.
Yeah, but we've seen, though, that Shadow and Me Too have done a very good job when one of them does go down. Disengage the situation, find a way to kind of give them a little wiggle, give them a little strafe, lose the bogey in there, and then double back. We've seen them be able to reboot and get people back up on their feet. However, as we've harped on pretty much the entirety of the weekend, that's not necessarily a recipe for success. If you want to win a match, you are dealing against the statistical odds there. See Teo and Pledge trying to find a little bit of room to operate. They're right on that 21st, 20th line, so looking to end up on the north side, that 24, that payday, but Vert on the other side, trying to fight defensively here and back them down a little bit.
Yeah, looking to break this whole build down. Down it comes. It was just a solo hidden inside. Only Vert. Up comes Teo here. Great cone, great catch. Ooh, that's a full box if I've seen one. And then comes the double edit from the sides there. Nicely done. But Pledge punished in the process. Now comes a fresh duo. Swinging on in. They're coming in quickly now. Okay, it's Princess Wolf and AMT who managed to jump into the fight right now.
AMT hoping not to live up to the name. AMT misses a lot and put the pressure on. They've done a very good job when they've been able to kind of get in these types of situations, but pincer movements can be a little bit difficult. You can see good defensive pressure coming out from Teo and Pledge, trying to get together in the box. Good shot trade out onto Princess Wolf there to back them down a little bit, not let them really get the angle. They are doing a good job of making sure they pressure and holding the right hand, but not finding any actual tags. And you can actually see an open up there from AMT. We'll get some good damage onto Pledge. Should have been calling a white tag out there. If they can find Pledge, they should be able to finish it. Teo gets a shield pop, so he's going to get back down. As we see in the feed, Pump actually ends up picking up Commandant as AMT and Princess Wolf get a nice little clean pick up there.
That's pretty rough for Commandment, though, that we just watched get fully finished there by Nani as that fight was all going down. So the knock and finish come through in quick succession there. That means Commandment and Stretch are going to be in a tight situation for a great placing spot here leading into the end of the tournament. Keep in mind, they were in 6th place. This is a team that can realistically take home a 2nd or 3rd right now. That's, and by all means, amazing for an FNCS.
Yeah, and one thing to note too, when Boog and Mero have been so dominant, particularly on day 2, they've eaten up a lot of the points. That means the rest of the leaderboard is just that much closer, and that there's that much more on the line in this game if you are able to put it all together, if you are able to get that victory royale, and you're one of those teams who is in kind of like that 15th to 20th range. You're making yourself literally tens of thousands of dollars and put it all together. I always throw it back to the World Cup. Everyone remembers Boga kind of having that moment in Game 6 where he knew he had won, he had all the points there. He kind of sits back and like puts his hand over his head. But everyone wasn't watching Crew at that time, who went from 66 to 6 with a 6 Elam victory royale. And we've seen that at times here in the FNCS where everyone's like, oh, we don't have a whole lot to play for right at the end. But the team who's able to buckle down and really get out that last performance gets themselves a payday, gets themselves a result. And that could be any of these teams here. I mean, Death and Tabney, they're right on that line too with 158.
And not to mention, you know, these results do matter. They carry on with you, right? It kind of shows your worth and your value coming from season to season for the most part. This is what a lot of other players look to when they start to determine and decide, all right, what have you done? What are your accolades, right? How good are you placing inside these FNCSs? You have to play them out all the way through to the end. These are, of course, the best 50 in our region, so hats off to everyone who's made it this far. But, of course, now, getting a great ranking out of this is always something to marvel at. As now Tabney and Def are trying to fight their way on up.
And again, can't stress enough just how difficult it is to even get to this point in the competition. This is the best of the best, and at any point in time, if we're ever critical or critiquing the gameplay or going through, just remember that these players are not only infinitely better than myself and maybe half infinitely better than Monster, because he's definitely still got more hands than me. But they put in the work, and we talk about the skill difference between these guys. It's the smallest of things. That's why we talk about, hey, really good job pressing that advantage there, because when you get one, you have to go. And it makes it all that much more impressive when you see players like Boga and Miro who are doing it across not only different game modes, but with different teammates and just still putting up these results time and time again.
It's a very important fight, though, on screen because Dukes and Jamper are looking to get their way into the competition here. Shadow gets found in the feed there. That might be your 9th place team out of the competition all the way, looking to slip down. So that's a position that's going to open up inside the top 10 for others to go ahead and strike at. For Dukes and Jamper, though, this is a fight that not only means all the surge, but also the points to get back to where they need to be. Some stray shots come flying past them. They don't flinch at all. Instead, they jump on in. If they get in this box now, they can get 12 points out of this. That's one elim. There's another on the other side. They actually get 2, so Jamper picks up the 6. 6 more are definitely available. There's no shields on Milks.
I'm just going to continue to keep an eye on that top left because I'm going to call it when we hit 35 duos. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if Booga and Miro earn a point, like, that's good enough. They're into the placement points. They've done it every single time. They haven't had that. Like, as soon as we see 35 go through, I'm done with this hypothetical, oh, like, maybe somebody has a chance. No, they've won once it's there in that circumstance. So that's the next big moment we're going to see on our screen.
It's coming up pretty closely right now. This lobby really beginning to thin out. The fastest of the day. You expected. It's been a long tournament weekend. Take a look at the highlights. Part of the reasoning to how quickly the battles are starting to close out, wrap up. Players looking to sit back and reset for the next season. Visuals with what might be some family members nearby there watching him play out.
I hope that's a family member. Otherwise, dude, you have a ghost over your shoulder and you need to go. Get out of dodge. But yeah, mannequin challenge right there. And I think that clip in particular, Illis with some fantastic shots, but it shows the strength. And I've talked about it all the time. Everyone just kind of like tosses those auto shotguns out. But in early on engagements, in box-to-box fights, especially with these players, you talked about how good they are. They don't miss those shots, right? They're putting the full crosshair on. That thing chunks.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. Damage that is just, you know, again, it can change an entire battle around, can change your entire tournament position up because, you know, when you start to get ripped up, if a team's close enough, they're going to jump in. And honestly, if they have the mythic web slingers, we've already seen fights initiate just off the bat, especially in the early game when there's more distance between the teams and you have more room to do stuff like that. Ooh, that sniper shot was so close to connect. Wall comes down just in time. That one, too. It could a little bit higher. He could have had a headshot there that I would have been happy to see go down.
I love watching people carry the sniper. I figured we'd probably
I wish we had more.
That's what I'm saying. I thought we would see more in the adaptation. I feel like it's probably because we had a little bit of a slightly condensed FNCS that we didn't necessarily have the time come through. Like, we're just now starting to see players be like, hey, this Ranger rifle is pretty good if you're able to pick headshots, right? Like, at the start of the season, it was, oh, if you're not running an MK7 and dual stingers, like, what are you even doing? But largely, we've seen the dual meta has boiled down to what Jamper and Dukes are doing, and right now, little update, Booga has the only car elim of the entire FNCS final, so leading in points, eliminations overall, and car eliminations monster. They got every category on lock.
It's probably a record for all FNCSs. I don't. Oh wait, never mind. Maybe if you count vehicle plane season, maybe there was one or so in there, and either way, impressive, impressive nonetheless, picking up accolades here.
We don't talk about winner 2018 monster. We don't talk about that.
True. We'll leave it there. Stretch, however, is a solo right now. Just barely above the search.
Looking for a little bit of space here over on the side. As again, we've talked about it. I mean, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, waiting for people to do things, waiting for people to push through. But with so many players going down, there's not that many players over Storm Surge, so the action has largely been front-loaded. But look at these guys. Even just throwing shots over towards the side, Booga ends up getting the confirm onto Polarize. He didn't get the knock, so no points going over. But, I mean, no eliminations, 300 above Surge. Just 2 more duos need to go down. That clock is ticking, but they might as well just release the confetti because they're going to be the champs monster.
Get the confetti ready. I'm sure they'll be dancing in their boxes as the game continues to develop on too. We'll get plenty of that. Just wait for it. The celebrations start to come on in. For Clicks and Day, though, no time to celebrate just yet. They're well within a top 10 spot right now. Well within striking for second or third. If they can turn up just a little bit here, and this is a fight that could result in 6 points being gifted to them. They are above the search. They don't have to activate it. They don't have to force it.
But somebody who might have to look for a little bit of action here is Stretch. However, the one something to note because he is a solo. There is still another duo, and as long as that other duo who is getting hit isn't the only other solo in the lobby, they will both be taking damage. So if they end up going down, Stretch can just wait it out. However, the duo is going to have more access to utility. So while Stretch is just trying to heal this out, he only has the 6 minis, which is only going to buy him about the 30 seconds he's going to get there. And we'll see where the other surge is going off. It looks like it might be sending in cold with the shield keg going off on him. It is. They're currently our top 5 duo, but like I said, extra utility on them. They're fine. Nope, they're actually above.
Yeah, I was going to say 71 players now, and Stretch is the only one getting tagged, so just so happened to turn out that way for him. Although he found the tag there in the distance, that's not going to be enough either. Still 5 below here. Clock is ticking as now he's popping a med kit. Let's see if it was well timed. As again, this is a team that was in 7th place coming in. Now, all wraps. My pick for the day, the team I expected to do amazing, if not best. All in all, still a great performance out of them this last game. A lot shorter than what they were expecting as well. Losing commandment early, man, it's a tough thing to fight back from for any duo.
So I was able to pick up a couple of the small fries, just extend it a little bit, but unfortunately the gas station sushi is only going to sustain you for so much as he gets taken down. That's the end of their FNCS, and just falling a little bit short of probably where they would have wanted to be, but still a good run. Good run on their side. Not going to be too upset, but Monster, you see that number in the top left-hand corner? That's less than 35, right?
Here we go. We're earning that placement points here, Sundown, as you called, as you expected. Chimp and Spade now have officially probably lost their chance at
No, it's done. It's done. I'm not saying probably. It's done. There's no shot. Like
Chimp and Spade fight for second in the last game.
Yeah, currently hold the lead on second place. So now we're going to shift the storyline over. Congratulations, Boogamira. We'll celebrate after the fact. You'll get your Axe of Champions in a little bit. Amazing season, all that. Now what we're immediately focused on, Smite and Larson still up. Spade and Chimp still up. The battle for second is there. And then who is going to be able to capitalize on this opportunity, knowing that Boogamira probably aren't going to push for that win, knowing that they just want to accumulate as many points as possible. You can potentially leapfrog somebody else. But the game's going to be a little bit differently paced because so many teams have gone down earlier. So this next mid-game, the second zone surge, depending on where fourth circle drops in the next 3 seconds, things are going to get very interesting.
With how many teams were taken out already, a lot of damage opportunities removed from the game, and this is where having zone early and just getting that little bit of luck is going to favor you much, much more, as you don't want to be the teams rotating late. Not when there's this much space open on the field. Less builds means more sight lines for opponents. As you see Smart and Larson just based up alongside Acorn. There in Kanata, here's Scented and Cold, who are once again find themselves in an upwards climb here. Right? They're up in 5th place. No Lelands just yet this game, but talk about a comeback story for several different duos that we've seen today, just putting up monstrous performances. I mean, Cold and Scented have been very, very consistent today, as have Smite and Larson. So we'd love to see it. Even Kanata and Acorn rocket their way all the way back with those victory royales and high ground plays. So very, very impressive. I mean, teams that are earning their way to top 5 absolutely fought for it here so far in day 2.
Yeah, the top 5 has been absurdly consistent, and it's just been tough to cover when their consistency is then in comparison to one of the better just full tournament performances we've seen on NA East out of Booga and Miro, where you don't necessarily get those super high highs, but they've just been doing everything very cleanly. Taking all the boxes here as we see Cold trying to find a line of sight there. I'm looking at the top part of the screen. He's got some great angles now. We'll swing on over to Chimp and Spade. And again, don't forget, they're the ones who are currently holding that second place spot. So when we go back to that tournament management conversation, right, they don't have to necessarily push for elims. Just getting the placement points and going through, unless Smite and Larson really start lighting up the feed, they should be okay to just play a little bit more defensively.
Look at this. They're right on the border. 125 damage in the surge. They find a vehicle there. That could be huge for them. And it comes out. There's no way they're going to line up for Spade and Chimp here, right? Yes, they do. A couple tags are earned from that. The vehicle's about to explode, and down they go. And take a look at this as Spade now is trying to find the rest of those tags, forces that team out of the box. For Cold and Sentinel, however, they are 8 above the surge, just barely here. So they will also need to continue to find some tags here.
Yeah, and that'll turn on in 20 seconds. That number has just been dropping the entire time, but Cold is just scoped all the way in, hiding behind the cone, using that first-person peek advantage, and finding some great tags. There's 2 different headshots, 3 different body shots, trying to see if he can't even find maybe a cheeky elim there on the backside of the zone against the player rotating out. Yet another body and headshot coming through on the right side of your screen there. Knifer and Bylot 49 below, but you see Knifer able to chain a couple of shots through 57 below, but they've already started investing with chili chug splashes. That 25 damage every 5 seconds is coming through, and we're going to swing on over to the duo who's under the pressure. Storm at the back, Lobby being thrown into him, and now Storm Surge begins firing off too. They got to go.
We saw what happens when they get contested off the drop and they were taken out. It managed to have them slip down so low down the standings here now, just inside the top 13. And they're still below the surge here. 2 more heals left here. They're going to negate some of the damage, but that's not enough to survive the full tick. So I'll go by the crew intel box. It's a 2-man there. They find 1. Can they get the second? Yes, the AR comes out. Jamper falls. Oh, that means they caught Duke. Okay, this is huge, but no, Duke was just strong enough there. Just enough ammo inside the inventory. I mean, for all we know, rifle could have been exchanged out of the hands of Knifer there, but whoa, whoa, whoa. Now the zone's pulling here, so Jamper's going to drop what he can. Heels go down. Can he get to safety here? Yes, he can.
That quick chug splash is coming out right there from Dukes to cover him immediately. Has the guzzle juice as well, so as long as he doesn't take a tick from the zone, that should be able to top him off. Has excess shields there, so a little bit of potentially inefficient chug splashes, but it's fine, saying we need as much HP as we can, and we need every help we can, so hop in the truck, cue the music, and let's go straight into zone. We've seen this rotations, and in the top left-hand corner, Booga is taken down, but we're into the top 25. Haven't seen Miro fall. There is still 2 rounds of placement points with Smite and Larson still up on their feet. Again, though, shouldn't matter. Should still be the dub going over to them as Dukes, without his buddy Jamper, looking for a little bit of space. 3 limbs to his name so far. And on the right side, here's Miro just trying to run it out, but we've seen solo clutches coming out from him today, and it should be fine.
Yeah, Miro just looking to pad up the highlights here, make a big play for the victory lap at the end right now, but Dukes has a lot to fight for right now as he gets targeted, loses the wall, but doesn't even flinch to go in and throw a counter wall up. Instead, he sits back, watches, and tries to avoid line of sight here. He is in 6th place currently. 24 duos remaining now in the lobby. That's placement point being given out. On high ground, though, Kanata and Acorn looking to set themselves up for a victory royale, a fight for second, a jump up to second if they can go ahead and pull in a win now.
Here, rotation ends up coming out. Launch pads were popped on the backside of the zone. That's Spego and Charlie taking to the air, one of the first end games we've seen them in. We're going to hop on over here. Smite and Larson, they're on the outside looking in from that top 2 spot, but the placement points keep taking over. They have the opportunity to push for it and potentially overtake Spade and Chimp. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. But also, I just have to mention it, Miro picked up another Elim, just doing solo champion type things. Is actually towards the front side of the zone, so this kid is just ridiculous. But Chimp and Spade right now find an Elim on the backside of the zone, trying to stretch that lead between them and Smite and Larson. Spade was able to find another one, so that's 2 Elims going over to them.
This is actually massive for them to hold this 2nd place right now. They're fighting for it, right? Because you have your 3rd place Smite and Larson still very much in this game. Chip, though, however, gets stacked up big time, and down he goes. Smite, however, on the bottom side is looking much, much better now that they're finally 14 above the Surge. So they're just barely above it, and 8 players are going to have to go down now. Surge is definitely going to turn on in just a little bit if they don't continue to fight their way through. In the feed, Rise goes down, Panther goes down. These are big exchanges there now. Chimp and Spade, though, are still in this game now.
Right now, we talked about the battle for first already being just completely locked up, but in the top right, we have second. In the bottom right, we have third. And then on the left side of your screen, on the high ground, we have 4th place. So the battle for second is on, while the Axe of Champions are going over to Miro and Booga as he continues another absurd solo run. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all putting it on the line, trying to battle it out. Acorn and Kanata need to press. They need Elims. They need to make up the point gap. They're behind by not an insignificant amount. Smite and Larson, same thing. They need to put the pedal to the metal a little bit. The Elims are equal, but you can see Dukes and Jamper picking up some more points, trying to close themselves in on that battle. Just keeping an eye on the top left, going up for the high ground. Spade, plenty of builds. Great cone off there. And Cam gets taken down. That's a refresh, but how many builds does it get for it? Only picks up 5. So missing a decent portion of that refresh there. Trying to go back, seeing if there's more builds, seeing if there's more loot. He'll get it. He'll pick up the armored wall as well. Picks up some much needed chug splashes to get himself back up. As again, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner of the feed. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all still battling it out.
Yeah, definitely. And in the ground. Here it is. Duke still alive as a solo right now, fighting his way on up, but he still has to manage to overtake his way out of 6th place, even with these 7 eliminations as a team right now. Dukes has really been putting up the numbers here. In between them lies all types of players right now. He is just slipping and sliding his way through right now. That's enemy wall behind him. There goes the replay. He doesn't want to be standing on top of any of these enemy builds on high ground. It's Chip versus Nosh. Chip manages to maintain it. Shots come in from the front side of the zone there. That's Magnolia trying to put his focus on the numbers here. But Spade is now officially out of the competition. It's up to Chip all by himself. Now, last we checked, he was about 3 or 4 eliminations ahead of the players behind him. Can he find a little bit more to continue to give him the cushion and maintain the 2nd place spot? We're talking tens of thousands of dollars on the line right now for Chip. Great wall right there. Even better shot. Follow up. Nicely done there. Down goes Duke. A little bit less competition for him. And yes, he manages to clutch himself out and catch his way all the way back into this, but the double focus, it's from the top, it's from the bottom. Great terrain change there as well, as he's trying to just avoid the pressure here. Chip is putting it all on the line right now for this positioning here. He wants this money more than anyone, and now it realizes it all sets in here. He's out of builds. What can he do? Can he find any much more here?
He needs to find some. Romero finally went down in 6th place. Chip dropping down the back of the zone, finds the knock. He needs to get the confirm, and he gets it. He finds 1. He finds 2. Joji goes down. Chip trying to do everything he can to get into a second. It's a 1v1v1. Larson finally ended up getting taken down, and then smacked down. It's Nosh getting to it. He swings towards the front of the zone. Magnolia trying to close it out here. Game number 12. Miro and Boga won. Did Chimp and Spade do enough? Chimp with the individual clutch going through should have picked up the 2nd place, but who, for the bragging rights, wins the final 1v1 here? 20th against 19th. Direct leaderboard implications, direct paycheck implication, as Magnolia with the builds continues to just fight Nosh off. Keeping the high ground, trying to get Nosh out in the open. Nosh now out of builds. The floater place comes through, and it should be all she wrote as Magnolia closes it out. That's it, Monster. 12 games down. Are you surprised by our winners?
Not at all, not after they played that first day and then started off with a very strong second here, but FNCS Finals has been exciting across the board. And man, oh man, Chip kept it real there at the end. You know, what a standout performance for all of our professional players today. At the end, though, Magnolia and Qual get to say they took home a victory out here in the FNCS Finals. That's something to be proud of.
Yeah, and a nice little swap there. 19th against 20th, getting the Elim and the VR, just swapping it back on over, saying, nah, I'm going to take that one away from you, but what a set of games, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of fireworks there. Celebrations in the air now for Bugga and Miro, who surely have played out of their minds right now. And man, you know, undisputed best on the scene right now. You know, the conversation will go on, but they're just proving it with the numbers.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance, but that is it from us on the desk. Thank you so much for myself, Sundown, and Monster D-Face. And one last thing, with everything going on in the world, choose love. There's so much hate out there. Just love one another. Tell your family, tell your friends, coworkers, whoever, and if you don't have them, just remember, I love you. Thank you guys so much. Adam, Vivid, SPG, take it away.
Yeah, we love you guys too, and totally agree with all the sentiments there, Sundown. I mean, you know, speaking of out of their minds, the players here, the casting as well, has been absolutely electric over the course of the last few weeks. So big shout out to Monster D-Face and Sundown there for absolutely eliminating it for us all here on broadcast. Guys, we had an amazing end game there again. Game 12 is done. I mean, we must focus on some of the teams. We'll get to the winners very shortly, but for now, let's talk Smite and Larson first here, Vivid. I mean, these guys have come through today. They've given us so much entertainment value as well today. It's been great performance from them, and it's, I mean, as with so many duos today, it's been a real fun opportunity to see a team that is increasingly getting better and better season upon season as well.
Yeah, it's incredible to see Smite and Larson clutch up here a top 3. I'm pretty sure we will see when we see that final leaderboard, but it's been, you know, they kind of put themselves on the map when they were taking out Sentinel and Cold consistently in those semifinals a week ago. And that's when I was kind of like, wow, like these guys are clearly good, because they were taking out the likes of Sentinel and Cold in fights, who we were talking up to be such good fighters. So it is great to see them have a good run on day number 2 here and clutch up that top 3.
It's almost like we got to see the evolution of these players. We started to see them winning early game fights, then we started to see them take and win some mid game fights, but then struggle in the end game, and now today they put it all together and really placed well. And Adam, another team, Chimp and Spade, those guys showed us so much this entire
They did. You know, We were saying, oh, you know, they need 30 eliminations and a victory royale. I think they came third and had 8 eliminations. So Vivid, they did pretty good considering.
Yeah, definitely did pretty good. These guys just did such a good job of gathering eliminations. I'm pretty sure if they found 8 right there, I don't think Mira and Buga found too many, so they might actually top the amount of eliminations that we've seen out of anybody. And they just put on such a show for us. You know, the race was on for a little bit. They were some points behind after like game 3 and game 4, but Buga and Mira are just way too good to keep up with. But Chimp and Spade nonetheless put on a show showing that they deserve to be up here on top of this leaderboard.
Oh yeah, and Chimp put together some beautiful clutches by himself. We saw one yesterday, we saw one here today, just securing so many points. And that's the changing of hands of thousands of dollars. I mean, I can only imagine if he's able to come around this ramp right here, hit that shot, I would have gone berserk. Like, that would have been something incredible to see.
It really is. I mean, you're right. We allude back to, you know, Buga and Miro, who have been such a solid duo at the entirety of this competition as well. There's so many great duos. That's what the great thing about this format is as well. The fact that there have been so many great duos. This new, you know, not trios and more duos. And here we can see on screen the duo, the ultimate duo, the winners of FNCS NA East, Buga and Miro. They've done it again. The fact that last season they won out like the end of last year. There was Grand Royale. You know, we got a World Cup winner here, a multiple FNCS winner as well. Vivid, there is, I mean, they played this to a T. 50 eliminations, an average of 7.8. I mean, that is incredible. And 394 points total. OMG, man. This has just been a masterclass.
Yeah, let's go. The back to back to back. These guys take the last FNCS, they take the Grand Royale, and now they take the first season of Chapter 3. They played so well. They were top 10 in 10 of the 12 games that we played, only getting like 21st and 24th in 2 other games. The consistency and the placement was there. They played way too well to be touched by any other duo. They deserve that Axe of Champions.
Just an absurd run that we're seeing them go on. They're basically a dynasty now at this point. Miro, I don't know that anyone touches him when it comes to controller players. Buga, I mean, no words need to be said. His name is synonymous with championships now in Fortnite. And we can go on, but those two deserve everything that they've worked so hard for.
Yeah, they really do. And a massive congratulations to the winners there. Just something else. I mean, it was great as well that, you know, Sundown, MDF alluding as well in the final kind of end game there almost. But the other teams in and around Miro and Buga as well on the final kind of standings. Obviously, it's so close between, you know, the top 10 there. I think we have the final leaderboard for you guys at home to enjoy as well. And there you can see it. And the prize money as well. Miro and Buga with $130,000 going their way. But around 50 points close there. Spade and Chimp there, $90,000. You can see the rest there, Vivid. What an incredible day for everyone involved.
Yeah, Spade and Chimp got to be so happy with their performance. Getting second place to Buga and Miro, you can't really be mad about that. Larson and Smite, we talked them up a little bit. $70,000 for them. They deserve it as they evolve throughout this competition. We see Jamper and Dukes. They were putting up a fight for that first place position for quite some time, but ended up slipping. But still, fourth place is great.
Definitely great. And we see a couple of comebacks on day 2. Cold and Scented, Acorn, Kanata, D-Roller, Trashy, Commandment, Stretch, and Peterbot Quanti. They all made solid comebacks on the second day, shot themselves up the leaderboard. And hey, shout out to Daring Clicks as well, holding strong in that 7th place, able to stay up there.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact that these teams have done so unbelievably well the entirety of this competition, they've kept us entertained. That's what we want at home as well, isn't it, guys? You know, we want to be entertained as much as possible, and they've done that. One thing as well, you can see behind us right now, we have Legends Land in the Hall of Champions. Do make sure to dip into Legends Land. That's right. Over his shoulder. Legends Landing, okay, Hall of Champions. You will see Buga and Miro's name on a plaque there as well. Do make sure over the coming days to check that out in Legends Landing. A really fun thing to do to say, I was there, man. I was there. And you can see it there for real in-game, which is amazing at Legends Landing. Check that out. It's brilliant. Right. Now, obviously, predictions. At the course of the season, we've had a lot of fun with this, okay? We're now going to go back in
and see how we fared across the season. There it is. Let's go, Savage. Top of the leaderboard right there. I've managed to pick, I think that's 3. You can see the kind of the format here. First place, second place, third place in terms of who you picked on the day. Qualifier 1 and 2 got 3 points for that, and final 2, 9 points. Vivid. It was tight. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
It was fun. You know, we always have fun on the analyst desk with the predictions. You know, I guess I'll take second place, Adam, whatever. But SBG, man, welcome to the prediction competition.
Oh, that's just straight donut. That's not a good look, boys. Oh, my.
I've never seen so many zeros in a row. I've never seen so many in my life. Just amazing. But on that note, you know what? It has been such an amazing season. We have loved every single second of this, and you guys at home made this so fun. And so we hope you've had a really brilliant time with us here on Broadcast. We cannot wait for next season. A big shout out to my amazing analysts here as well, Vivid and Somebody's Gun. Guys, give them a follow. Amazing. The creme de la creme in Fortnite when it comes to broadcast talent. And the same, of course, goes out to Monster D-Face and Sundown. Give them a follow as well. We've had so much fun. Big love to the production team. Epic, everyone involved in this, the players as well, of course, and I've loved every single second. Next up, Kelly, Link, the rest of the squad bringing you NA West. Do not miss it. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. We love you guys. Take it easy. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye.